could I ask mic is off, Mr. Gumbo? Can you switch on your mic, please?
Am I in now, Ajira?
Yes, Chairperson. Thank you, Chair.
Sincere apologies. It struggles with the connection. It said I've been removed by the host, so it's been very difficult to get inside the meeting. Thanks, Ajira. May I, without really further waste of time, check if we are having the required number? Proceed.
We have a quorum, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you. Greetings once again, honorable members. Leadership of the departments, in this case, GCIS, as well as the TCDT, led by the political leadership by Tosi from GCIS, that we do have Deputy Minister Swear. I've not seen if the Minister and Deputy Minister of TCDT are on the platform. So greetings to yourselves, Minister. So I now see you. Thank you. And your team, the leadership of the entities, boards and councils, as well as our fellow South Africans who are following the proceedings of this committee from time to time, as well as civil society organizations who keep tabs on how we perform our duties as parliamentarians. Honorable members, we are meeting in this term, of course, with a very congested agenda, as all items that need to come before this committee are very important. But just to say a few things, that as we open in this term, whilst we will be looking at the main program of the committee, but some of you would be in the subcommittee of the committee that looks at statutory appointments for boards or councils. In this case, we would know that with regard to the SABC, the adverts would have closed. We now have to get to business. And therefore the subcommittee would immediately kickstart its work once we have confirmation, in particular from the Democratic Alliance, which would have changed a member. And I'm taking the opportunity to formally welcome the new member from the Democratic Alliance, Honorable Kola Barnett, who is also already on the platform. you are indeed welcomed. Would have had good time with Honorable Malachi, and we really appreciate that there's a change, and that change should help the committee to get to another level. So please feel welcome, Honorable Kolabanat.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So would just get that confirmation, I think later in the day, so that then the subcommittee meetings could be set up. We also have a vacancy at ICASA as a result of the resignation of a council member who was also the chair of ICASA. And I'm sure when the minister speaks would indicate as it relates to the chair part, but as it relates to the council member, it is the task of this committee. So it's one of those matters we would also be trying by all means to fast track. We have a similar situation with the MDDA having one a board member who has resigned, that would have to also fast track the filling of such vacancies, so as to ensure that all the entities are able to operate with the full complement at all times, so that decision making gets to be done quite quickly. Of course, would in the course of this meeting also confirm those that we have gone through the process with regard to ICASA, and the minister would have duly responded last night with the changes that would have happened post the 2nd June letter that she would have written to the Assembly. So we do all these in order to ensure that these entities are functional. We really hope that for the other processes we'll be engaging in, that would be able to complete on time, as we usually do, and that those that need to play the role beyond the committee are able to play their role well on time, such that we do not have to make interim arrangements in some situations. And I think we are one on that. So I thought I should deal with this right in the opening, so that it's understood by South Africans that we are taking all these matters quite seriously. And therefore, this meeting is officially opened. We'll now deal with the formalities, just for purposes of record, that we will check applications for leave of absence that may have been received by the committee, because we now have confirmation that the meeting does correct and we can be able to then proceed formally. May I just check that, Hajira, before I deal with the rules issue?
Good morning, Chairperson. We have an apology from the Minister in the Presidency, as well as the Minister Kakana, also in the Deputy Minister, apologies, in the Presidency. Minister Kakana. We have apologies from 2 members, Ms. Kubeka, who's not well, and Ms. Majosi, who has a standing apology. And then just to inform you, Chair, that Ms. Barnard will leave earlier from this meeting. So,
thank you. Those apologies, I take it that they are noted by the meeting, and we'll try to make sure that on record it's proper. Deputy Minister Kekana from the Presidency would have also apologized. I've seen in the Portfolio Committee group that the Honorable Tim may experience connectivity challenges from time to time, as she's going to be on the road from 10. So would also note that in case we lose her in the process. Honorable members and all participants on the platform, just as a way of reminder, once again, that we are in a virtual meeting, and the rules would then apply, and we just have to make sure that we work together in ensuring those apply. Just to remind ourselves that at all times, we just have to keep our mics muted, video camera switched off until at the time where you are recognized by the chairperson, if you are to speak on a particular item. And once the chair has recognized you, you will then proceed to unmute the mic and switch on your video camera. We do this to ensure that we do not have a situation where somebody's a member or any participant is on the platform that we are distracted by background sounds that may be picked up by the microphone of a person who's not on the platform. So let's ensure that at all times, even if you lose connectivity, if you are reconnecting, connect with your mic muted and your video camera off. Of course, we do know there may be situations where there may be connectivity challenges. If a member or a participant experiences that, you'll indicate to the chairperson for permission to switch off your video camera in order to maximize the bandwidth. So we'll do that for as long as you have indicated. This is so, members, because those that are following our discussions would also want to see the faces of members that or participants that are engaging on a particular matter. But if you experience problems, as I said, you will indicate, and in that score, you'll switch off your video camera. In situations where we have to attend to point of orders that members may want to raise, the same would apply. You would not unmute your mic unless you are recognized by the chair to raise the point of order. In that case, you'll then unmute your mic, switch on your video camera and raise the point of order, which the chairperson may also rule upon. Of course, members are also advised not to raise unnecessary point of orders to a point of collapsing the meeting on this platform. So I'm just raising these, honorable members, not because it has happened, but as a way of keeping up with our rules. And we know in this committee, we do respect all those. So I will then, without a waste of time, as I said, honorable members, would then look at the agenda, which I take it all of you would have received. But I do want to just make this guidance with regard to the presentation. Would expect that members would have gone through the presentations as they were being received well on time, and that would not be taken on a point by point, but instead will be given at least a summary that highlights the main points that the department or the entities would want to convey to the committee as part of considering the whole presentation. So in that score, I would want to make the following changes in terms of the presentation. That because we are also having an item that is not in relation to the quarterly reports, that would start first with the DCTT and its entities, and they will give us a summarized report starting with the overview of the minister. Of course, they will decide whether it is entity oversight or the acting DG that will take us through the summary of the presentations, including the entities. We will then allow the entities only the time of questioning if there are those matters that the ministry and the department would want the entities to directly respond to. This does help us in ensuring that both the executive authority and the entity oversight units do take responsibility in terms of what happens in these entities as they report to them more frequently than it is with the portfolio committee, so that the committee then plays its role in terms of oversight. So in this regard, when you deal with SAPO, you'd also deal with the funding issue that relates to SAPO, so would not have separate items in that regard. So just combine those as one presentation. We will then, after that, of course, take the GCIS, which will also start with the quarterly reports, so that we are able to dispense with that quickly. And then we'll take the part that relates to the MDDA and the governance irregularities, which is side 2. So we'll take that together. And of course, we'll expect a similar approach, political overview, of course, also taking a summary of the presentation from a point of entity oversight. And therefore, members would have an opportunity to ask necessary questions informed by the detailed presentations they have received. Then the other matters would then leave them for the committee as they are committee matters. So all DCDT items will then be put together, which will also talk to number 5 on the ICASA side, right? But the others are more of the committee itself. I hope that is understood by those that need to make the presentations. We're doing that because the time we have, it's limited, and we would want to create space for members to engage the presentations. So we would allocate really not much of the time. Surely both presentations, DCDT, taking the political overview and all that, you should be able to work in the 40 minutes. And GCIS, quarterly reports, as well as the presentation of those governance challenges, I think the same there would apply, because you may want to spend time on what was to be item 2. But the quarterly reports, I'm sure they are fairly straightforward. So we'll do that. If you are going beyond that time, I will give an indication so that you are able to try and prioritize the points you would still want to make. And thereafter, allow members to engage. After that engagement, we'll then at least release each one of you as per the engagement. And thereafter, the committee can continue to deal with the items that the committee would have to resolve upon alone. So if members do agree, that's how we would want to guide the meeting. That we take all items that only the committee to be at the end, and then take the ones that need presentations, so that we are able to release the departments to go into work. So that's the guidance I would want to give. May I just check if there's readiness in presentations? DCDT, is the minister still here?
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning to the members of the portfolio.
I'm not sure if it's me.
Through the leadership of the entities, the Chairperson now. Chairperson.
Yeah, I'm struggling to hear you, Minister, unless it's on my side.
No, it's a problem, Chair.
Yes, then if it's a problem, I think would allow you, Minister, we saw you. We will allow you to switch off your video camera. I was struggling to hear you. You seem to be frozen now.
Thank you, Chairperson. Is it better now?
Better? Maybe let's proceed. Yes.
Is it better?
Better. Yes, yes. The floor is yours. You are welcome, Minister.
Thank you. I just express my greetings to yourself and members of the portfolio committees, the Deputy Minister on the platform, the leadership of the entities, and the officials that are at the portfolio committee. This morning, we are presenting to you a number of items, the third and fourth quarter performance report. As we present them, we are already finalized the annual reports of entities. So in terms of matters of interventions, you'll see them with when we bring the annual report in terms of what the interventions have been done, because the Auditor General has also finalized a majority of the audits of the entities of the department, so that we can then comply with the annual report submission timelines. The annual report summary will be done both for the third and fourth quarter, will be done by DDG Shilembe, who's the DDG responsible for entity oversight. Also, we're going to present he'll also deal with the issue of SAPO funding, but in the highlight of the SAPO funding, we have submitted a request to National Treasury on the midterm budget review process for the MinCombat to consider an amount of 1 billion for SAPO, but we have equally, earlier in the financial year, agreed with National Treasury to allow SAPO to draw down the $500 million of the universal access services, and that money was availed to SAPO. And if there are any other further details, DDG Shilembe will talk to that. And on the ICASA system, then DDG Shilembe will also present on that, because we have finalized the inputs with the councillors of ICASA, and the system is ready for your consideration. On the matter of the BDM progress since the ConCourt judgment, Mr. Tebogo Lishope, who's the project manager, will then present on the matters. I just want to highlight this, Chairperson, that we've been continuing to do public awareness, not only on radio and TV, but the department, not only through myself, but also officials of the department and the CENTEC and ICASA have been running awareness campaigns in various provinces. And we've put special focus on the provinces that have not been switched off, which are provinces of the Western Cape, Gauteng, Eastern Cape, and KZN. And we continue to see an improvement on registration numbers, but the numbers that we're seeing are not the numbers that we had expected to then come through in terms of registrations. So we are confident that we have not left anyone behind, and we continue to remain committed on not leaving anyone behind. Mr. Lishope will then present that part after Mr. Shilembe has done. I think the 40 minutes should be sufficient for all the presentations to be covered or during the time frame. On the matter of the chairperson of ICASA, the councillors of ICASA, in line with the law, have then appointed Councillor Charles Lewis as the acting chairperson until April next year, so that we can finalize the process of appointing the chairperson of ICASA. We eagerly await the finalization of the appointment by the portfolio committee of the 4 councillors that we require to fill the vacancies, the private vacancies of ICASA, so that we can then also look forward to the portfolio committee dealing with the vacancy that vacancy that has emerged now. With that, Chairperson, and with your permission, I'd like to invite DDG Shilembe to then take over and present.
DDG Shilembe.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings to yourself, to the Minister, the Deputy Ministers on the platform, honorable members, and the colleagues. I'm going to start off with the presentation of the third and fourth quarterly performance reviews of entities in our portfolio, starting off with SETA. I'm not going to be presenting line by line, Chairperson, as you guided, but I'm going to be just touching on key highlights on each slide. With respect to SETA Q3 performance, there were 17 targets set for SETA. and SITA achieved 11 of those and not achieved 6, making the achievement rate to be 64.7% and unachieved being 35%. Let's move on to the next slide. In Q4, there were 19 targets and 12 were achieved and 7 not achieved, leaving the rate to 63.16% of achievement and 36.84% of non-achievement. Next slide. FPB Q3 performance, there were 16 targets whereby FPB achieved 11 targets and did not achieve 5, with a 69% achievement rate and 31% not achieved. With respect to the budget for FPB, the budget was 116 million rand, and they expend for the quarter 50.1 million, and then they were left with a surplus of 69.7 million. Next slide. In Q4, there were 16 targets for FPB, and they achieved 50% of those, which is 8, and did not achieve 50%, which is another 8. And the budget for the quarter was, which is the full year here, I think 114 million rand, and they spent 101 million rand, and they were remaining with a surplus of 12.8 million rand. The reasons for the outcomes are spelled below, Chair, which I do not touch on them because the presentation has been shared. NEMISA Q3, there were 19 targets, and NEMISA achieved 16 out of the 19 and did not achieve 3, with an achievement rate of 84% and did not achieve 16%. And the income for the Q3 was 24.6 million rand, and expenditure was 33.4 million, with savings spent of 8.7 million rand. Next slide. Then in Q4, there were 19 targets for NEMISA, and NEMISA managed to achieve all 19 of them with an achievement rate of 100%. Next slide. ZETNA Q3 performance, there were 12 targets, and ZETNA achieved 9 targets of the 12 and did not achieve 3, which with a rate of 75% achievement and 25% non-achievement. Next slide. With respect to Q4 performance, there were 13 targets for ZETNA, and ZETNA achieved 12 out of 13 and did not achieve 1, with a resulting percentage of 92% achieved and 8% not achieved. The revenue for the quarter for ZETNA was 6.2 million rand, and the expenditure was 4.4 million rand, with a surplus of 1.8 million rand. Next slide. ICASA and USAF simultaneously taken here in this slide. With respect to USAF in Q3, there were 8 targets and 6 were achieved and 2 not achieved, with a resulting percentage of 75% achieved and 25% not achieved. The revenue for USAF was 848.6 million rand and only spent 22 million rand, and the surplus of 826.1 million rand. USASA on the right-hand side, Q3 performance, there were 6 targets for USASA as well, but they achieved 4 and did not achieve 2, resulting in a 67% achievement rate and 33% not achieved. The revenue for ICASA was 127.4 million rand, and they spent 62 million rand and a surplus of 65 million rand. Next slide. USAF again for Q4 had 8 targets, I beg your pardon, 8 targets, of which 6 were achieved and 2 not achieved, resulting in a 75% achievement rate and 25% not achieved. Whereas ICASA had 6 targets and achieved 3 and did not achieve 3, with the 50-50% split in terms of achievement and non-achievement. Next slide, please. The post office in Q4, there were 14 targets, 3 achieved and 11 not achieved, resulting in a 21% achievement rate and a 79% not achieved. With respect to the revenue, the post office made revenue of 860 million rand, but had incurred an expenditure of 1.8, I beg the pardon here, it's 1.8 billion rand, resulting in a net loss of 830 million rand. Next slide. Q3 BBI, there were 19 targets for BBI in Q3, with 13 achieved and 6 not achieved, with a 68.42% achievement rate and 31.58% not achieved. Total revenue for BBI was 31 million, resulting in an operational loss of 34 million. Next slide. BBI Q4, 19 targets altogether, achieved 15 and did not achieve 4, with an achievement rate of 78.95% and 21.05% unachieved. Next slide. With respect to Centec achieved 64% of its targets and did not achieve 36% of its targets. I think the financial information is on the next slide. Yes, the revenue generated for Centec for Q3 was 304 million for Q3. Expenditure was 6% above budget, which is 18 million for Q3, due to costs related to energy, communication, computer security, including gratuity payments in the month of November 2021. Next slide, please. In the fourth quarter, Centec achieved 73% and did not achieve 27% for the fourth quarter. Next slide. The revenue for Q4 is 1.374, I think it's billion for Q4 here, with an operating expenditure which was again 11, or this time 11% below budget, 145 million, due to costs related to energy, computer security, and so on. The net profit for the entity for Q4 was above budget by 108.3 million, owing to low expenditure cost. Next slide. SABC Q3 performance. There were 53 targets for the quarter for SABC, of which 21 were achieved and 32 not achieved, resulting in 39.6% achievement rate and 60.4% not achieved. The revenue for the quarter was 1.4 billion rand, with an expenditure of 1.335 billion and a net profit of 76 million. Next slide. In Q4, SABC had 55 targets, of which 25 were achieved and 30 were not achieved, resulting in a 45% achievement rate and 54.5% unachievement. The revenue for the quarter was 1.167 billion and expenditure was 1.46 billion, resulting in a net loss of 276 million. Next slide. With respect to ICASA, ICASA had 30 targets and achieved 22 of the 30 and did not achieve 8. And that gave ICASA 73% achievement rate and 27% not achieved. The budget was 111 million and the expenditure was 117 million, with a surplus utilized of 5.7 million. Next slide. In Q4, ICASA had 48 targets and achieved 42 of the 48 and did not achieve 6, with a resulting 88% achievement and 12% not achieved. The budget was 118.5 million, with expenditure of 148.1 million, again utilizing surplus funds of 29.6 million. I think that is the last slide, Chairperson, on this presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Shilembe.
You will guide Chairperson to
Yes,
move to the departments.
Now, can we get to that short presentation on the BDM update? Then the department will then do overall.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to you, Chairperson of the committee, honorable committee members, Minister, Deputy Minister, and industry colleagues. Chairperson, we bring to you the update in terms of BDM, which covers the development and the outcome of the Constitutional Court as announced on the 28th of June, Chairperson. So if I could get the colleagues to just share the presentation, but we put together a few slides, Chairpersons, and in the slides, we give a full update in terms of the BDM and the court outcome, Chairperson. I will be cutting my video just to preserve the bandwidth as well. So, Chair, since the last update, the developments, mainly the key issues influencing the focus and the deliverable of the project were around the court outcome, Chair. On the 28th of June 2022, the Constitutional Court handed down the judgment on the matter between ETV, others, and the Minister of Communications. In its handing of the court judgment, the ConCourt set aside the Gauteng judgment, Chair. You will recall that at this time, we were chasing the end of June target, which was set by Joburg High Court chairperson. That date was set aside, therefore, putting aside the end of June switch off. The ConCourt also clarified the power of the minister, that it is the minister's power to determine analog switch off chairperson. There are also two issues that came clear in that judgment, that the minister needs to notify the public and extend the period for application of government subsidized set-top box. You will recall that we had set the date at October last year. So there is a need now to extend that. And then there was also a need to, once the public has been, public notice has been given and registrations are completed, is to engage affected stakeholders in terms of the analog switch off chairperson. Importantly, also highlighted by the court was how vital the project is and the need for South Africa to conclude the project as a matter of urgency. It is therefore deemed that once the adequate notice has been given, digital migration should be concluded, chairperson, committee members. Next slide. So what then remains is for for us to give effect to the court judgment. We believe that the court judgment dealt with the salient issues of the ETV and others, particularly the power of the minister, the public notice, and the determination of the analog switch off. It is our view, Chair, that the outcome is fair and did not completely derail the project, but instead clarified and gave certainty with regards to need to conclude the project and the best way to conclude the project, chairperson. So in giving effect to the court and ConCourt ruling, Chair, the minister said the date of the 30th of September is the final date for application of set-top box registration. The associated awareness is being created around this issue through radio. Our message is out on all public radio stations through all languages, and we're also doing ground activities in terms of creation of awareness. After this date, chairperson, the minister will evaluate the total number of set-top box registration against the progress that we would have made in terms of set-top box installation, and the minister will commence the consultation with affected parties. After consultation, Chair, the minister will then set the analog switch off date. So from the approach point of view in terms of how the ConCourt outcome guided the process going forward, that those are the two key steps that we are undertaking, chairperson. From the analog switch off point of view, the MNet CSN analog services have been successfully switched off. This was done in 2018, and we just giving you the update in terms of the progress holistically with regards to analog switch off. And then the SABC switched off analog services in the 5 provinces of the Free State, Northern Cape, Northwest, Mpumalanga, and Limpopo. And then ETV has commenced with analog switch off. During the past period, they switched off additional 5 sites, but ETV has not completed a single province, chairperson. We highlight to the committee that in provinces where we have switched off analog, we have also concluded the frequency restacking, rearranging the spectrum to ready the spectrum for use for future development related to broadband, chairperson. ICASA is continuing to release spectrum in that regards. This process will enable the network operators to decongest the network. We want to highlight to the committee, Chair, that until ASO is fully achieved in Gauteng, the remaining provinces, Western Cape, KZN, and Eastern Cape, migration will not be completed, and the auction spectrum cannot be accessed. It is therefore vital that we conclude analog switch off in these 4 provinces to ensure that the spectrum can be released and leveraged for efficient communications going forward. Next slide, please. In terms of set-top box registrations and installations, we highlighted the new deadline for set-top box registrations with regards to subsidized STBs is now the 30th of September. And then we also had previous registrations which we are installing set-top box against. We just want to update the committee that against the October registrations, chairperson, at the time of ConCourt judgment, we had completed all the other provinces with the exception of KZN and Eastern Cape provinces that were affected by floods. And a total of 94,000 beneficiary households remained unconnected due to floods there. These registrations, chairperson, we are installing them concurrently while we are registering new registrations as well. We have consolidated the numbers from previous registrations. You will recall that there were 2 targets set by the High Court, the end of October registrations, which amounted to 507, and the end of March, which amounted to 260,000. So those numbers, we have consolidated them and we are continuing to install against those totals. We want to update the committee that against these consolidated registrations and the progress that have been made up till the end of June registrations, we had at the time of putting together this presentation, 258,000 remaining installations to conclude. We will evaluate the number of new registrations coming in and consolidate with the July, August and September chairperson and progress the installations towards the analog switch off chairperson. We are also chairperson leveraging the CITES big data capability. We want to have a dashboard, a live dashboard of who has been registered, who has been issued with a set-top box and who has been installed chairperson. This is necessary for us to have enhanced data management capability that also whose dashboard can be made available for the public as well, the chairperson. Next slide. In terms of the installer capacity, Chair, as at the last meeting, we updated the committee that we had around 987 SMEs that were undertaking the installations across all 9 provinces. This capacity has been increased, chairperson, by additional 543. Some of them are repeats here and there. And this process, chairperson, employs SMEs, creates job opportunities for youth and women across all the 9 provinces, chairperson. So it is quite impactful initiative in terms of job creation, and we have seen its impact as we visit the provinces. And the installations of this, the capacity that we are building right now, Chair, will be leveraged for future ICT related projects. We're looking at the other broadband related projects. Once you in here, you build capacity to the technical capacity and the business management capacity, which can only be leveraged for future activities. So in a way, we say BDM is setting and creating capacity for future businesses, small businesses, chairperson. In terms of the planned project activities, we are continuing heightening communication and awareness campaigns. We just came from the Western Cape last week, Friday. We were there, chairperson, to create awareness in terms of the registrations. We gathering some sentiments on the ground in terms of what we need to optimize, some positive feedback also in terms of how BDM is positively affecting some of our citizens there. So the creation of awareness will continue across the country on both radio and physical activities, as the minister highlighted earlier, chairperson. We will also continue with the installations of set-top boxes for registered households. This is necessary to ensure that all the households are installed with a set-top box as we approach the analog switch off. We are collaborating with the House of Traditional Affairs and SALGA chairperson to also create awareness and publish our posters at the tribal offices and at SALGA and other government offices to ensure that there is visibility and contact with information across the country. We do not want anybody to miss the deadline of the 30th of September registration. And then thereafter, the minister will make an announcement in terms of the analog switch off chairperson. So in summary, that is where we are, Chair. The critical date for us now and for the committee to note is the end of September, where the registrations will close out. The project is continuing. We highlighted the number of remaining installations there. And then the next key activity will be for the minister to announce the analog switch off once she has looked at the remaining installations, chairperson. Thank you. Back to you, Chair.
Yes, the acting DG, would you want to do the complete overall presentation for the department and the gaps?
Thank you, Chair. I will do that, and I will be also very quick, owing to the two presentations that obviously align to the work that we are doing. May we please put up the presentation? I will quickly just touch on a few slides on that. Chair, with your permission, if I could also switch off my camera.
Yes, yes, please.
Thank you. The performance of the department improved drastically in the last fourth quarter. If we move to slide 3, very special greetings, my apologies, special greetings to the members of the committee, the honorable members, to yourself, Chair, to the minister and the deputy ministers on the platform. With regards to our performance, we achieved 32 of the 35 targets. Just very quickly, if we move to the next slide, with regards to the targets that were achieved, these relate to national as well as international obligations, as well as service delivery commitments. So we achieved a number of them. These relate to the workplace skills plan, the digital transformation, compliance on payment, as well as then the country positions, as well as the international strategy that was put in place, as well as and the implementation thereof. Next slide. With regards to the bills as well as the policies, in terms of our commitment, we achieved these as they have been listed on the slide. And if we then look at the next slide, please, with regards to reporting of the 10 entities that we've got under the portfolio, we've done the analysis with regards to the performance reports, and this has been also been presented now with regards to the third and fourth quarter. And we've also submitted the annual performance plans, as it is then obligatory for us to do, to table them to Parliament. And with regards to the strategic MTSF commitments, these were advanced, and we've also put in catch-up plans. With regards to the SA Connect, we did a revised SA Connect phase 2 model and implementation plan, and it's also under implementation. And this also on the e-government, as well as the digital and future skills. So I'm happy to report to the honorable members that in terms of our commitment under this administration, we are aligned. If we can then move to the next slide, the areas under achievement, next slide, please. The areas under achievement, Chair, relate to 1, the analog switch off. I think Mr. Leshope just reported on that. It was not necessarily to our own doing, but regarding the interdict that we received and the court judgments. We are doing a catch-up plan and also then aligning in terms of what then the Constitutional Court has prescribed. The other unachievement relates to the framework on digital transformation and digital inclusion. This was developed in consultations with SOCs, but unfortunately this was finalized after the reporting period. And equally, the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Action Plan has been drafted, but it was only finalized after the reporting period. Honorable Chair, if I can then move very swiftly again onto the financials on slide 31. This then gives you the overview with regards to the economic classification. We spent 92% of our budget, where then we could not spend, Chair. This relates to mainly the vacancies that we have in the organization. As you know that we've got a new mandate under the DCDT, and this then requires us to come up with a new organizational plan. Unfortunately, we could not fill some of the existing posts because obviously they will not align to the new mandate. So there are vacancies. Equally, I just want to implore to the honorable members that we do pay, and we've also put in short-term measures in as far as certain officials acting in positions where then we need then the critical support. This has led to a variance of about 25 million. Another area that we wanted to highlight is that in October last year, we received a special allocation of 200 million under the Presidential Employment Stimulus Fund. This relates to the broadband to home project. We then had to come up with a model, and unfortunately we only received, there was a delays with the approval from National Treasury for us then to designate BBI as then the fund manager. For this, we received the approval late in March, and then this led to then the delay in the execution. We have since subsequently applied for a rollover, and we have successfully received that rollover. So then we will be executing the broadband to the home project in this financial year. This then leads to the variance of the 250 million that is there because of then the impact that this had on the SA Connect and broadband project. Chair, that is in summary the third and the fourth quarter performance of the department. Thank you.
Thank you, Acting DG. I just check, Minister, if there's still any other matter you'd want to close the gap on before I get members to engage the presentation.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm going to just say a few things as it relates to the matter that the DG has just raised on the approval for broadband to the home. Is part of the critical project of SA Connect. Unfortunately, we could not complete that work last year, but we'll undertake to this committee that we are going to complete the work that was set for last year in this current financial year, and also commence with the work that was set for this year. But also to just clarify on the matter of BDM, that our work with SALGA includes getting the councillors, local councillors, to have forms to get their communities to apply. And we need to appreciate the support from SALGA and also the support from the National House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders. Because also at traditional authorities, the ones who are members of the National House, including provinces, the forms are available as and when they want them, and we collect, so people can then complete the forms and return them there, and we collect them and take them to the nearest post offices. So just that is the amplification of those two issues. Otherwise, Chairperson, we grateful for the opportunity and also for the commitment that you have made that the SABC board will be completed on time by the end of their term, and that you are not entertaining interim arrangements. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, that's the presentation from DCTT and its entities. Would now allow you an opportunity to engage that presentation so that once we are done, we can be able to listen and then get to the GCIS presentation.
Chair, my hand is up.
Can you not me, Chair, as well?
And myself, Chairperson, please, Madisha.
Okay, Honorable Dr. Basop, I think I was speaking muted, so.
Yes, can you note me as well,
So
Chair?
I note you, yes.
Before Madisha, Honorable Madisha.
No, I heard you. You raised your hand before Honorable Matisha. Would have Honorable Basop, followed by Honorable Madisha. Honorable Bodlani, I saw your hand. Any other hand I'm leaving? Then Honorable Mlala, in that order. The Honorable Basop, you are recognized, can speak.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, the colleagues in the committee, the Minister, the officials from the department, as well the entities, the people on the platform, good morning. Chair, there isn't much from me, because if you look at the performance, if I may start with the entities, for me, it's almost there in terms of the performance. But the first issue is the consistency, because in all the entities that have been presented, reasons for not achieving the set target were highlighted, with the exception of SETA. In SETA, I don't know whether the problem is with my presentation, is the presentation with me. There are no reasons that have been cited as to why they didn't achieve the target that was set. Then secondly, Chair, in my view, in all these, non-performance in these entities, there should be a quorum which says, now that we didn't achieve the targets that were set, what are the correctional measures going forward? Because for me, you can't set targets, but all of a sudden they are not met. It tells you there is a problem. It's either with planning or something else. But obviously, in any organization, Chair, there should be a correctional kind of arrangement to say, in future, we don't do this. I'm raising this, Chair, because if you look at the audit process, the auditors are not only looking at the issue of monies when they are auditing. They look at the plans of the departments, the policies, and everything else. That the department has set these policies, these targets, and everything else, but unfortunately they were not met, which impacts negatively in the audit outcome at the end of the day. If the department, we can be told exactly what are the correctional kind of arrangements to address this. Then coming to a department, Chair, the performance again with the departments for me is fine, but in an overall kind of expenditure, can a department take us into confidence that it has utilized all the money, or is going to utilize all the monies that were allocated? I'm raising this, Chair, again, because in one of our meetings, we were told that there is a glaring understanding with the departments in government. And if my memory serves me well, to the tune of plus minus 26 billion. But unfortunately, Chair, we were not given the list of these departments. So I'm saying this department must tell us where are we in terms of performance in utilizing the monies that were allocated to us, so that if there is a challenge, we can deal with it now. Because for me, Chair, beside the legislation that is there, your Public Finance Management Act, Treasury regulations, which states that if the department is underspending or overspending, that is a financial misconduct. Beside that, for me, it tells you that a particular department has not done its work. In other words, it has not delivered to our people. And for me, that is a luxury that we can't afford, because we can't pass a budget for you as a committee, but at the end of the day, you sit on top of that budget, not utilizing it. The last point, Chair, if you remember, I joined your committee in January. We are in August now, if I'm not mistaken. All this month I've been with you. You always talk of acting DG, acting DG, acting DG. I mean, it's a long time. What are the plans to have a permanent DG in this department? Because again, Chair, if you have people acting in a particular organization, it poses a serious challenge. What are the problems? Why are we not having a DG that is permanent? If there are challenges, you must be told and find out where we can assist. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Baso. Now I recognize Honorable Matisha.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, Minister, and honorable members and staff. Good morning.
Morning, morning, Honorable Matisha. Welcome, Honorable Matisha.
Thank you. I basically have only one question for clarity. One welcomes the reported achievements that you indicated in your presentations, actually all the presentations. But although those achievements which have been reported are above 50%, I haven't heard your program of action to address the remaining underachievements. If you kindly could clarify that then will open some space for us to say this is what has got to be done. And indeed, as a committee, say that, of course, this is the direction that needs to be. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Matisha. And now recognize Honorable Bodan.
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning to the colleagues in the meeting. Chairperson, just to take you a step back, we have the MDDA item and the Honorable Minister in the Presidency is not in the meeting. Did you say that we will handle the report at the end of the meeting so that I understand the process of this meeting, please? Because I have a great interest in that.
Yes, Honorable Bolani, we
Thank you, Chairperson.
Now, and then we get to those matters that relate to GCIS and MDDA.
That is in order, Chairperson. I appreciate that. Chairperson, we welcome the reports that we have received this morning. Just a few questions on my side, just seeking clarity. The Film and Publication Board has reported high vacancy rates. Can we please get an explanation on why that is the case and how that is affecting operations of the publication board? And also, what is the main reason for the delay in setting up the tribunal appeals committee? What challenges is the entity facing and what interventions can we make from this end? NEMISA reported that 112 people attended the digital awareness program. When you receive a policy, a portfolio committee report and you are told 112 people attended, what was the target? And is 112 any good? Is it low? Is it high? What was that target? And what does it mean is it good that only 112 people? So can I ask that we contextualize that, please? We note the 830 million rands net loss by the South African Post Office, despite all the interventions that have been made so far by the department. I think it is just a reminder that there is a long way to go in terms of rebuilding the South African post offices. Also, the BPI, I beg your pardon, reports an operational loss of 34 million. Chairperson, we are sitting with entities where we really provide oversight as a portfolio committee.
Chairperson, is it only me or Honorable Bodlani is not audible?
No, we can hear from our side. It may be on your side, Minister, or is there any other person who may have similar?
No,
we can hear Bodlani.
The problem is with the Minister.
So, no, then it means it's with you, Minister. Just sort it out on your side. I'm sure that there's a problem on your side. You can then proceed, Honorable Bodlani.
Chairperson, we also note the net loss in Q4 by the South African Broadcasting Corporation of 276 million rands. Again, this, you could literally put it in the same basket as the South African post offices, where these are public entities where every cent should count to improve the lives of the citizens of the country. And when you are going to report losses such as these, it means that we really should be doing more as an oversight body to make sure that these entities really work to provide the services that they are meant, and more than anything, that the business models of these entities are proper, because now we are sitting with entities that are not able to self-sustain, and you are going to end up with entities that are coming back for government bailouts. And we have seen how detrimental to the economy those are. In closing, Chairperson, I think the ICASA issue, where they report that the reason for their underperformance in Q3 and Q4 is because of the low reporting on policy and research analysis, as well as on engineering technology. Those two items are reported in Q3 and in Q4. If we are going to use ICASA as a springboard to make sure that we advanced technologically as a country, then there should also be interventions to ensure that there is no shortfalls in terms of research being done, in terms of technology and in technological infrastructure in the country. And of course, we welcome the report on the digital migration, and we continue to wish the department luck in rolling out the digital migration. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Bodlani. And now recognize Honorable Mulala. Honorable Mulala.
Thank you, Chairperson. Can I be allowed to switch off my video? You can see me now, I think. Let me first welcome the reports, welcome the minister, the deputy ministers, my colleagues in the portfolio committee. I have got just 3 comments, I think, on the overall report in relation to the performance of entities and the department. My first concern, Chair, is that if you look at the performance of the entities in the overall, there's no relationship between the performance and the financial performance in relation to their targets. And I'm raising this, Chair, because you look at how they report. Dr. Shilembe reported on, for instance, 50% achievement in terms of most of the entities is above 50% performance. But when you look into the financial performance, there's a disparity there, because you find that in one instance, 80% of the money has been spent, but in terms of performance, it's average 60%. Now, it also says that in terms of their reporting, they say it's revenue. They are not saying this is money that was budgeted for this specific target. Because if you just say revenue, we don't know whether you fundraise the money, what happened, where did you get the money? Was the money really budgeted for these activities? And if that is the case, why is the money spent, but the targets are not met? What did the money do, for instance? That's my first concern. The second issue is that in terms of their report, we also not hearing the department, particularly DDG Shlembe, is not talking anything about the integration or the merger between ICASA and FBV, and how far are they in relation to that? Because part of the performance should include that, because it's long overdue. And then maybe the other issue I want to raise, maybe just to add on what has been raised by Honorable Bodlana, the concern about SAPO and SABC performance. If you look at the report, all of them have performed below 50%, both SAPO and SABC. But the expenditure says something else. Expenditure is far above 50%, above their performance. They even, SABC has even have a net loss of 246 million. Now, the question that really SABC needs to answer is, we are moving towards the end of the term of the board. I don't think this performance is speaking quite well about the board. They should end with a very high note. But I'm quite disappointed with this performance thus far. And I'm also concerned that are we not heading for another bailout, because we have not yet exhausted the last bailout in terms of performance. And then in relation to SAPO, I think we really need to sit down as a committee and discuss this issue of SAPO, whether we still feel that SAPO is saving our communities, because in terms of our government policy, SAPO should be maintained. And I'm worried that we are either we are too slow to assist SAPO, or SAPO is not utilizing resources properly. But I think as a committee, we need to really relook into SAPO, and we have to thoroughly discuss this SAPO issue and ensure that we assist SAPO, because SAPO is quite closer to our communities. There's no way we can compromise an institution like SAPO, but we definitely need to do something about SAPO, so that if it means we must engage as the committee, look at ways to engage Treasury and see how we can help SAPO. And notwithstanding the challenges they have, if there's a need for consequence management in SAPO, that should be applied. But equally, we must be readily available to help SAPO, because we really can't afford a collapsing SAPO, not in the current democratic state. And then in relation to Centec, Centec has been doing quite well. It has been one of the shining entities, but it looks like there's a subtle decline in Centec. I think a word of caution to Centec to pull up their socks, because I can see that in terms of their performance, they are no longer that shining. They are shining, but I think they need to improve. And then lastly, the department, it's good that the department has spent 92% of their budget. But the question is, they have not achieved all their targets. How do they balance the two? Because we as much as we encourage departments and entities to spend the money allocated, but there should be a value for money. We should also say, look at whether what they planned to achieve, have they achieved that? So with those few words, Chair, I think if I could be given just an overview response in relation to that, because I'm very much concerned about the relationship that we have between the actual targets performance and the financial performance, because they have no clear relationship in many instances. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mlala. Just before the responses, Honorable Kumbu has just indicated challenges he has with this gadget. You would have wanted to raise a few questions, of which on the FPB, both questions have been covered by honorable members. So I'll only take the USAF and USASA questions. One being, are there non-achievements in relation to reduction of irregular and wasteful expenditure, reoccurrences, or they are new matters? Two is the issue of the acting CFO departure addressed, as it has impacted negatively to the institution with regard to authorization of payments as stated in the report. On the SABC, clarity on the part that talks to revenue where lack of local content is mentioned, whether this is relating to the procurement of it or necessarily that they can't get local content in that regard. So those are questions that you would have wanted to ask. So I've related them. So as you respond, please to also cover those questions that Honorable Kumbu would have also liked to answer, to be answered. Will be directed by yourself, Honorable Minister, on how you are approaching the responses like you did in the presentation.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you to the members for those questions. I'll deal with the general questions and then I'll allow the entities to deal with the specific questions. Unfortunately, if I missed the general questions of Honorable Bodlani, some of them I didn't hear when she was dealing with the NEMISA and others, but I heard the Appeals Tribunal and others. I'll start with the questions by Honorable Basopu, which also include the question by Honorable Madisha. The third and fourth quarter reports are coming in when we have already done the annual report. In that, we have also indicated what are the corrective actions that have been taken throughout the year in all this, in the entities. And the work that the entity oversight does as it relates to the various entities, they do an analysis of the performance to make sure that what is deemed performance is genuine performance, not some tick box exercise. And we give feedback to the entities on the things that they must correct, even if they propose their own corrective actions. And we give them timelines. So there are corrective actions that are done for that. But honorable members must recall that this we are dealing with the 2020-2021 2020-2021, is it correct? No, 2020-2021 quarterly reports. And where we're sitting in terms of the PFMA, you are already done with the annual report. So that's what I just want to indicate to members. The corrective actions have been taken care of. They are included. As we bring the annual reports, you'll also see what were the corrective actions that they've been taken, including as we move into the financial year, which is the financial year that we are currently in, which is 2022-23. And as it relates to budget, let me talk to the budget and performance report and also financial performance. And I want to use the example of the department. Performance of the department is reported at 91%. Financial performance is at 92%. So those things are congruent, Chairperson. I don't know why would it be an issue when you have a gap, a difference of 1%. But when the 18 DG was reporting, she indicated that the issue that we had was the variance comes in through the community, the broadband to the home matter, and that's where the variance comes through, and there was an explanation for that. Similarly, in the entities, if you look at the report that was done, there is congruence on the financial expenditures, including the performance information. What we have done is also to make sure where there are no such, where there's not congruence, we have asked for explanations and also asked how they're going to cap it. And that mainly happens at SAPO and the SABC. I can't remember, there's one other entity that was also affected on that end. It is the questions that the honorable members have asked. And on the matter of the DG position, unfortunately, Honorable Posopo, you cannot assist me. There's separation of powers. It's solely our responsibility, but there are governance processes that we need to follow to fill the position of the DG. If you recall, it's a delegated position to ministers. So we are finalizing that. You should see an advertisement soon for that position so that we can then do. But also DPSA has been working on revising the mechanisms of how the positions of DGs and DDGs are completed. So we needed to make sure that we are aligned with what the work that they've been doing, and that work was tabled in cabinet, and we think we are confident that we are fully aligned with that process. So the position of DG will be soon advertised, and I'm sure the acting DG, but in terms of the PFMA, there's no acting DG, a DG is DG. So the do not worry about responsibilities. Responsibilities are executed by an acting DG the same way as the DG. The law does not have an acting one. It's acting because the person is not substantively appointed on the position. Honorable Bodlani asked a question around the appeals tribunal, what has been the delay? And I'm pleased to announce that we are going to cabinet, I think next week is cabinet, for the appointment of the FPB appeals tribunal. The issue was when the first advertisement went out, the quality of the applications were very bad or very poor, so we had to re-advertise the positions and then set up a process of evaluating the candidates and then make the recommendations to cabinet. So the matter is going to cabinet. Honorable Bodlani equally asked the question around the net losses of SAPO and the SABC. As it relates to SAPO, honorable members will recall that even when we came with the strategy of SAPO of tomorrow, we indicated that SAPO will continue to experience losses for the next 3 years, though there will be a decline in the losses. We remain worried that the losses are unabated, but there are serious efforts to deal with the implementation. Part of the work that we are doing there through both the board and the management of SAPO and the deputy minister, because he's delegated that responsibility. We are transferring the cost and profit centers of SAPO, instead of just being general, to each region, to each area, to each branch. I have a commitment of the leadership of SAPO to say by the 1st of April, everybody, including at the branch level, the branch manager will take the responsibility of the cost and the profit of their own branch. Why is it important to do that? Because we should not talk about the general SAPO. It's not every branch of SAPO that is making losses. It's not every branch of SAPO that is bad, but each branch. So we should be able to, next year, we'll be able to indicate to you which branches are making profits, which branches are making losses, and which ones are breaking even, and what are the plans in place from the branch managers, from the area managers, and from the regional managers to say how are they going to improve on that situation or maintain those that are making profits as part of the implementation of the SAPO of Tomorrow strategy. And I must indicate the insight I've gained as I visited the post offices across the country during the BDM has been quite helpful in analyzing whether the SAPO of Tomorrow strategy will work. And we are confident that if implemented with focus, with dedication, and with commitment, it will work. And we continue to push for those things, for the relevant things to be done. We also have a discussion through the CEO of SAPO who indicate that you can't have a HQ of SAPO continue to be a cost center on its own. It must justify its value add into the system. I have visited over 800 post offices across the country since I took over the portfolio, and I'm confident that I have quite a good feel of the lay of the land. And I would, if the portfolio committee has the time, I would really appreciate if you could join us in oversight at the actual post offices. We could take you through to the ones that are making profits and the plans that are in place to make sure that we maintain, and also the ones that are making losses, and also the interventions that are in place to improve. So that is as it relates to the SAPO, but the losses at SAPO were anticipated. We're doing an analysis as whether we are on track in terms of what we had analyzed, because the report, as it comes in after the strategy. It was for a period when the strategy was not yet adopted. So currently we're doing an analysis of whether what we said will be improvements, are we realizing improvements from the part of SAPO? And we'll continue to update the portfolio committee on the work that is being done to improve SAPO. And SAPO remains critical, Honorable Malala, for the services of our people. There are areas where there's only SAPO as a government service point, and we want to leverage on that to make sure that the majority or the bulk of government services can be achieved from there. On the SABC, we have raised, and you recall, Chairperson, on the letter I wrote to the portfolio committee through the Speaker, that we have been worried about the reliance of the SABC on the bailout funds, and we raised concerns that the SABC board and management have not monetized, for instance, SABC Sport, SABC Education, because those platforms, we believe that if they properly monetize them, they could make achievements. We requested them to give us plans on how to monetize that so that they can generate revenue on that, because they could have a dominance on that. We're still awaiting those plans. They have not come through to us, and we want to see their revenue improvement. There have been a tendency at the SABC to blame BDM for their revenue losses, which is not correct. And we have demonstrated to the board that they've started to experience revenue loss before any switch off of anything in the SABC. So they must check up and do and commercialize what has to be commercialized and monetize what they must be, and improve their revenue collection. Because indeed, if they cannot improve themselves, they would be a challenge. But also the funding model of the SABC has been a serious challenge to the SABC. That's why we are going to bring through to you now, with the clarity that we sought, the SABC bill, the proposed SABC bill for your consideration, so that we can then change even the funding model for the SABC so that there can be an improvement. We must recall that both the SABC, for the public mandate, there must be a review on how they get funded, so that the SABC can, because then we don't expect them to generate revenue from the public mandate, because it's things that the nation must know, and we must, as government, commit to say how they get funded, or put a mechanism that will support those initiatives of the SABC. So it's a combination of factors as it relates to the SABC. Honorable Malala, on the issues around revenue is it's income they generate from the business activities that the entities undertake. So that is revenue. It's not budget. And except for a few entities, the bulk of our entities, they are self-funding. They must generate their own revenue to make sure that they can fund their own business activities. So that's the clarity I just wanted to provide. And the issue around the ICASA and FPB merger, we are going to Cabinet to review that decision. We have engaged with both ICASA and FPB. We do not think, and with the new FPB Act that was enacted, we do not think the merger of ICASA and the FPB will advance the cost of the films and publication. There will be a more focus on the work that ICASA does. So we're not moving towards a merged entity as it comes to merged entities as it comes to ICASA and FPB. We're going to retain the entities, but position FPB to deal with the new platforms, the new businesses of content management across, and ensuring that and media management, that they does beyond what ICASA currently does. And ICASA has a responsibility to make sure that the broadcasting space is sound, and also the digital inclusion of the country is sound. So we are working on those on the two entities as separate. And Honorable Kumbu, on the matters around USASA and USAF, the acting CFO's departure is not an issue. He was never an employee of USASA. There is an acting CFO, again, seconded from the department, who's doing very well, I must indicate. And so therefore, it is not an issue of whether one person act or the other person act. Actually, the change over of the acting CFO is giving us deeper insight on the challenges of USASA and USAF and how to manage them as we move towards the what do we call it? The close up of USASA in particular. USAF will remain because the fund is important, but it gives us enough insight on the work that is being done. And they'll deal with the direct questions around whether the irregular expenditures is a recurrent or is a recurrent ones, is recurrent or are they new ones? The SABC will deal with the issues around the local content. Chairperson, with that, I can hand over to the responsible entities. There was a CETA question. There was an ENISA question. There was the SABC on local content. I can't recall other ones because I didn't hear Honorable Botlane on the other entities she mentioned. I had NEMISA and I had the FPB, but in between she was talking about. So those entities will then directly answer for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Can we go in that line? Starting with, maybe let's start from the SABC and then get the other entities to follow.
Chair of the Portfolio Committee, Minister, and colleagues that are part of the session and South Africans who are listening. The question that relates to local content, I'll request the acting group CEO, Yolande van Biljoen, to respond to that question because it has and she can provide better context on that. Yolande?
Good morning, Chairperson of the committee, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, Minister, Deputy Minister, my board chair and others on the platform. I'm going to try and structure my response, firstly to look at the targets that we did not perform against or that the performance was underwhelming, then to try and connect it to the financial performance with the specific areas of concern being audience ratings and its impact on revenue as well as other revenue generation challenges. And then I will try and deal with some corrective actions. And let me first start by saying, indeed, as the Minister indicated, we take the guidance we get from the department very seriously, and I will refer to the specific guidance in the course of my answer. So the main pillars of our performance that we are not performing on relates to our digital pillar, HR pillar, and one of the elements in finance, and underlying to that is issues related to the supply value chain. It is in the supply chain department, but it's also in the broader business and how it engages with supply chain activities. The other pillar that we did not live up to our expectations is in governance. Two reasons underpin that in this particular reporting period. One, the number of policies we have in our organization and the pace at which we are refreshing them. There's nearly 150 policies and the pace have not been as we anticipated it to be, albeit that there is progress being made in varying departments. And the second one in this particular year was because the audit was delayed in finalization, the resolution of the audit findings was delayed as well. The current financial year, one of the actions already, the audit was concluded on time, and therefore something like that should no longer be a challenge. If you then look at how these underperformances relate firstly to the underspent we report, we have about, I think, 17% underspent in our in our operating expenditure, and we have been very slow in utilizing the bailout. So at least there seems to be a connection between the pillars we did not achieve, as well as the fact that the funding was then not utilized or then wasted on other things. The funding is still there. It is a matter of it being delayed, something which is constantly being discussed between ourselves and the department, because obviously they're concerned about the pace at which we are spending, the impact that that underspent or delayed spend will have on our execution, but also then the perception that there's a reliance on the bailout. If you look at the ratios, current ratios, solvency, liquidity, certainly the fact that the bailout is in our bank account supports that mathematical calculations. But internally, we ring-fence the bailout. We exclude it when we plan our cash flow management, and we have other measures in place to ensure that we remain liquid and we are able to meet our obligations. Bailout, of course, is ring-fenced to capital and the remainder of content. If you then look at the underperforming areas and as pertains to financial performance, a large one, a main concern, which also speaks to Honourable Chair's question around the lack of local content, is what is happening in our audience ratings. Our audience ratings impact particularly the advertising revenue that we generate. Our underspend in the quarters under review and for the year is nearly 24% underspent on revenue. And of course, because the underspend is the generation gap in revenue is offset by the underspend in expenditure, we do report improving performance. The audience ratings are the result of a number of issues. I will not focus on the external matters. I will try to focus on the internal matters, because that, of course, is in our control. So we do have a lack of fresh content. I think in the most part of the year under review, there was this constraint. In the Q4, latter part of Q3, however, we've been starting to bring a bunch of new content on board. In the last month, in this financial year, then speaking also to actions to address this, we did issue a public advert for a request for proposals for content, local content in particular. We are very excited about that, what that will bring. We do have a head of local content that joined the organization about 3 months ago. She is also very pivotal in yielding the activities or the results of what we're doing around local content. We have had to almost entirely re-engineer the video entertainment department to meet latest industry practices and benchmarks. The way the organization was structured, that specific organizational model was not aligned to how media and broadcasting take place today. That has been done. It has been finalized in the last month or so, and it's now to wait with bated breath for the results of that to come to fruition. We have been constrained with the way we procure content. With the major support from the Minister, we did get an exemption from Treasury in February. We've translated that exemption into a policy and an SOP in video entertainment that is designed to ensure ethical practices and meet and exceed the PFMA requirements, of course, while it does allow us to be much more agile in how we procure our content. That has been a major help. It's taken a bit of time to ensure that we deal with the risk raised in the feedback we got from Treasury and our shareholder into the SOP, but that was concluded also about 2 months ago. And that, together with the other activities now, is another factor, building blocks in place to ensure that we're able to procure the content. We have not had marketing agencies on board ever in the last 4 years. 3 agencies panels have come on board in the last month. Very important activity to ensure that we are able to take to, particularly on the video entertainment side, the bouquet of services and the offerings we have to not only existing audiences, but to new audiences. In the last 2 months already, we've made a much more effort to bring early awareness to what's coming. We are now able to, like with some of our competitors, up to a month, 2 months in advance, say this is the movies, for example, we're going to have. This is our main soapies and dramas. This is what you can expect. You will see some of our programs already featuring on billboards. So that's also on play in another building block that should set us up for success to regain our audience ratings. Research panels were brought on stream in the past financial year. There's one still outstanding in the current financial year. The outcomes of that have already in this financial year yielded significant insights into audience behaviors. Also as it compares to our competitors, and therefore we are now much more able with the information at hand to be able to respond to the behavior we anticipate. We do, of course, compete for local productions against other major entities with bigger budgets than ourselves. So it is to make sure that we use our value add as the public broadcaster in South Africa to still get access to those properties. And then, of course, and I said I wasn't going to focus on external factors. Viewer behavior have changed tremendously in the last few years. Together with that, advertising behavior have changed tremendously. It is for the SABC to ensure that it understands that trends and to be able to respond. So, bringing to our action plans in this year, with these initiatives that I mentioned amongst others, we do hope that our audience ratings that were upwards of 45% on average 5 years or plus ago, currently it's hovering around 21-22%, will be returning to around 25% by the end of this financial year. On the back of that, increasing stability of our platforms, which is
Chair,
very
through you, the acting GCO CFO is taking forever. She's redoing a presentation. Can I pass over? I think the questions that we wanted have been clarified. Can we move over to the others?
Thank you, Chair. I will then wrap up.
Yeah.
I was about to say, so with the audience ratings being restored, we are hopeful that the revenue initiatives will follow. Last but not least, in this current financial year, we have put in place specific action plans, and a number of individuals responsible for these functions are on performance improvement. So we are very serious in terms of what needs to take place. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Next one. That's ready.
Chair, I don't know if I can come in from the FPB. I wasn't sure which entity.
Can come in.
We can come in. I'm just going to, the minister had already addressed, I think, most of the questions that were raised for the FPB. I think it was just the only issue of the high vacancies, which I will just let our acting CEO to address. Acting CEO.
Thank you very much, honorable members and the minister. The vacancy rate has got its origin in that which the minister alluded to earlier around the earlier decision to merge the three regulators. And following the assumption of the office by the new political leadership in September, all the regulators were required to submit a proposal re-envisioning them into the new environment. And I think equally the FPB did the same. And we are just waiting for the approval from the minister, subject to the process that that she has outlined around consulting cabinet regarding the future of these entities. And once that is done, I think the moratorium on the appointment of new positions will be lifted, and the FPB will be able to bring additional capacity in line with the new structure that we have done to implement the FP Amendment Act that was operationalized on the 1st of March this year. Thank you very much.
Chairperson, I don't know if I can come in. Leah Kumalo from BBI. The CEO is going to respond to the loss that has been highlighted by the honorable member. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson, members of the committee, Minister and DM. There was a question regarding the operational losses of BBI. I think the Honorable Minister has already mentioned that because there's a time lag in the annual reports and the reporting that we are doing now, some of the issues are already addressed there. But if I can quickly say that on the BDI side, historically, our underperformance is related to funding, and the shareholder, and in particular the minister, they are helping us to address that issue of funding, so that with the funding, we can be able to begin the process of increasing the revenue levels of BDI, and with the increase in revenue, we will get to where we improve on our profitability. Part of the remedial actions also include the process of merging BDI and Centec. There are some action points related to that that unlock the capacity of both companies to be able to leverage off each other and improve on the performance of both of them going forward. But yeah, in short, those are the interventions at a high level, and we will see when we report on progress in the performance of the current financial year, how far we are on addressing those particular issues. Thank you. Back to you, Chair.
Yusuf.
Honorable Chair, the name is Simpiwa Tobela. I am not the chair of the board. The chair of the interim board is not in the meeting, so I am the chair of the Audit and Risk Committee of the entity. Chair, I think the first question is that the minister, the honorable minister, and maybe let me first greet the honorable minister and yourself, Chair, and honorable members and colleagues from other entities. The first question is the minister dealt with it comprehensively in relation to the CFO, and I must also confirm, Chair, that indeed we are working extremely well with the seconded CFO in the entity, and I must also add that my sense is that had he come much earlier, probably most of the things that we were confronted with when we arrived as the interim board last year probably would have sorted out most of the things by now in the manner in which we are working with the interim CFO. The second point is that I will ask the acting CEO to just get into detail in terms of the irregular expenditure, but I can confirm, Chair, that this is one of the things that the Audit and Risk Committee and the entire board was seized with right at the beginning. Most of, in fact, the bigger percentage of the irregular expenditure and wasteful and fruitless expenditure is historical. It was incurred long before even this interim board was appointed. And there are processes that I think the CEO will probably expand on what we are doing in an attempt to try and deal with that, because it's quite worrying, and this is public money that we're talking about, and therefore we are indeed concerned as the committee and the board in its entirety in addressing matters that relate to irregular expenditure. But we can say in the current period, we have been able to manage that part of the problem so that it does not exacerbate the historical part that we have seen. Thank you, Chair. I will ask the CEO to deal with it with further detail that I might not have covered. Thank you so much. CEO, I'm not sure whether the CEO is here. My apologies, Chair, that I jumped without you pointing at me.
I am here, Chair.
I am here, Chair. Thank you, Chairperson of BARC, Chair of the committee. So just to highlight just one item around the irregular expenditure that we've incurred in this year. So everything is, as per the Chairperson has said, is historic. The only things that we have still accumulating irregular expenditure are the contracts that we require to have long-term commitments on, like the rent. So outside of those commitments, Chair, those are the things on a month-to-month that we still incurring irregular expenditure. But from a contractual point of view and all the commitments that we're getting into, there hasn't been any irregular expenditure that the entity has incurred in the year, as per the Chairperson of BARC has said. And then with regards to the 30 days payment, Chair, there was really indeed that abruptness that happened, which the minister has greatly gone into detailed by explaining. However, due to the technicalities from a banking system side, we weren't able then to, because of the delegation of authority and things like the segregation of duties in finance that allows certain payments to be made, we weren't able to make that 30 days payment, which then affected the entire reporting for the quarter. And Chair, I must also highlight that we had received about 100 and something odd invoices, and only 6 of them were not paid, which then resulted in that target not being met. So in terms of us trying to meet the targets and paying our service providers within time of valid invoices, that we still adhere to, and it's been corrected now that we do have a CFO in place in the organization. And with regards to the irregular expenditure and fruitless and wasteful, not to also repeat the words of Mr. Tobela, the other thing that we have done as management, we've come to the board to say, we've done the classifications of those historic irregular expenditures and fruitless, and we've seen how we can be able to condone some of them, because most of them have expired and most of them are historic. And from that exercise, Chair, I can guarantee the committee that in the next reporting, we should be able to report the results that come out of that. The board has seen the first glance, referred us back for other augmentations that needed to happen for them to be in the position to write off and condone, and that process is ongoing, and we are striving to finish that process off. And let me just talk about in the same breath about the 6 that were suspended for various or maladministration, potential possibilities of it. Chair, we are in the last strides of us concluding with the hearings and the disciplinary hearings that will then see the verdict, and the organization will then implement the corrective verdict thereof. But also on the irregular expenditure and fruitless and wasteful, the organization is in the process of really dealing with it by charging whoever is responsible or who has been found by the investigation to be responsible. So Chair, the organization takes that serious, and I think we've gone from even in implementing the irregular and the guidelines that then guide us in order to formally charge within the right ambits of the law, the impacted or the affected employees thereof. So Chair, that is the just a report on those 2 questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Sasesaf. May I just check if SAPO would want to make a comment, or the minister would have covered the point as well as Centec that was reflected upon. SAPO.
Thank you, Chair. Right. The minister has actually roundedly covered the SAPO matters, and there were not any specific questions as well that were asked. I think Honorable Bodlane spoke to
the fact that it's going to be a long haul, just to summarize what she said. And similarly, Honorable Basopu emphasized the point that the post office does deserve support, and we welcome that. And in fact, the way we put it in a reflection that we had recently was that people have an affinity for the post office. No one in their lives can say they were never touched by the post office at some stage, and this goes, across the spectrum. So we welcome and we take heart from those comments, which were also indicated to SAPO by SCOPA in terms of mobilizing the necessary support. In terms just of this performance, it may appear as if it has been exponential from the past period, which was 21%, and it has gone up now to 46%. On the face of it, more than 100% improvement, but also this comes, the minister in decrying the past performance had urged SAPO to implement the strategy and not concentrate only on those aspects of the strategy that will require funding. And possibly that 46% is an indication of that. So we welcome that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, SAPO. Santek?
Very good afternoon, good morning, Chairperson, Honorable Minister and Honorable Members. We note the Mlamli boy from Santec, my chairperson, has just stepped out. But I would like to acknowledge the comments made, Chairperson, by the Honorable Member on the performance of Santec, which is not where it used to be. We are working on ensuring that we can return and be better than where we were before. I think the challenges of the last 2 financial years have hit us as they've hit most of our sister organizations. But we are certainly committed to ensuring that we don't drop the ball as Santec. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I think that's all those that would have been reflected upon. Unless I'm leaving anyone who wanted to make Minister.
ICASA, Chair.
Chair, and Namisa as well. Thank you.
Namisa, then we'll take ICASA.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I would like to indicate that my chairperson had to attend to another matter quickly. And my name is Trevor Ramitwa, and I am responding to the question by Honorable Botlane. And first, greetings to the Minister, to you, Chair, Honorable Members and colleagues. So the question was about the 112 people that attended training. So that target was for Q3 that she was referring to, and it had to do with training of government officials in digital transformation. And the annual target was 800, and for that quarter we targeted 300, and therefore we did only 112. And the reason for that, Chairperson, is because in the earlier quarters we had covered a lot of ground, and we were running short of just 62 to achieve the annual target. However, we then trained more, and by the end of Q3 we had achieved the annual target. So that's the explanation, Chairperson. Thank you.
ICASA.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to the Honourable Minister. Good morning to Honourable Members on the call and all the stakeholders listening in this morning. My name is Charlie Lewis. I'm the Acting Chairperson of the Authority, And I thought just to respond quickly to the question from the Honourable Budlani, which related to some of the performance targets that we'd missed. If I can just draw the Honourable Member's attention to the last couple of slides, I'm not going to project them now in the interest of time, of our combined presentation. Slides 40 to 42 deal with the APP targets that we were unable to meet by the end of the fourth quarter. We had, over the course of the year, a total of 48 targets, of which we met 42. So it's a fairly high percentage. We don't take the missing of any target lightly. We look at them and we take them very, very seriously. The ones that she drew attention to particularly fell under policy research and analysis and engineering and technology. And just to indicate the way in which the projects are divided and where they fall under, often depends upon the primary nature of the project. So the policy research and analysis project, there was only one target that wasn't met at the end of the year, and it related to the subscription TV market inquiry. It's a very complex environment. It's a fast-moving environment, and it is an inquiry that's dragged on for a fairly lengthy period of time. And as council, we had before us a recommendation in relation to that project right at the end of the financial year, and we took the conscious decision to refer it back to the committee to make sure that even at the price of missing a target, we wanted to make sure that the outcome of the inquiry and the proposed regulatory intervention coming out of that was going to be fully correct and fully and 100% justified. So that was a conscious effort, conscious intervention council made to actually not achieve that target for what we thought was greater good reasons. Of the three that she mentioned, there are three projects under engineering technology. One of those relates to rapid deployment and the rapid deployment guidelines. We were unable to meet that target because the project was dependent on the issuing of ministerial policy direction in relation to rapid deployment. I understand that that is in the pipeline, and so we anticipate being able to achieve that target in the coming year. Two of the other targets that fell under engineering technology, one of them is the compliance system, which turned out to be very much more expensive than what our budget provided for. And there has been a suggested model of implementation that would allow us to do the system in a way that would not exceed our budget, but that has required us to engage with Treasury, and that engagement is currently ongoing, and that's why that target wasn't met at the end of the fourth quarter. The final target under engineering technology was the Karoo Astronomy Advantage sites, and that just related to some glitches in relation to supply chain. We obviously have to follow a very careful set of processes and procedures, and we weren't able to complete those by the end of the financial year. So that's why that particular target was slipped. That particular wasn't met, deliverable wasn't met, but that work does proceed on an ongoing basis. Thank you, Honourable Chair. I hope that answers the Honourable Budlani. Thank you very much.
Minister, it's unless you have got a point to make, otherwise I'll summarize so that we get off this item.
Please do summarize, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, I think you've raised questions, and those questions would have been responded to. But I think what comes out clear is that the committee does note and appreciate progress made in those targets that would have been met. And of course, there has been response given in terms of what is to be done on the others, taking into account that the report we're dealing with would have been the fourth quarter of the previous financial year. And there would have been other activities post that period. And this would be able to still entertain when the annual reports would come also before us. And in that way would be able to even look at what action plans would have been put in place and whether those are beginning to yield the results in this financial year. I think quite clearly is a point of those entities where there have been capacity challenges raised relating to vacancies and so on. And the committees of the view that we need to fast track those. In particular, as it relates to FPB, we appreciate the clarity that has been given. I think that's a sense from the committee with regard to the measure, because that uncertainty indeed may impact negatively, and you may lose quite competent staff over time. And we think from the decision that would come out of cabinet, which we believe would still be positive based on empirical evidence that will be put before cabinet, that you can move quicker in ensuring that those vacancies are filled so that FPB is capacitated enough to implement even the additional requirements brought about by the amendments in the Act in that regard. I think as it relates to the other entities, as I said, as a general point, where we've not made achievements, those would need to be addressed. More specifically with regard to SAPO, is the support that needs to be given, more particularly from a point of budgeting, that engagement needs to still be there in a way that makes SAPO a true entry point for service delivery in most of our communities. A similar issue with regard to the SABC, I think more supporting the point of separating what comes from commercial from the public mandate that needs to be properly funded, what the minister referred to as a funding model, that we should be able to take that matter forward so that it doesn't end up being just a matter of debates, but from a point of implementation and policy direction, that we should go that route. As it relates to the BDM, I think there again, we appreciate the update as far as the constitutional court judgment that has been given, and that there is an action plan already in place. So appreciate that. As Honorable Bolani would have said, we really could only wish you luck that you are able to meet your timelines. And I'm sure the outreach programs that you've referred to, Minister, are well appreciated, and how the information is getting out to people, in particular through platforms like SABC, radio and so on, that we continue with those so that come the 30th of September, when you report back, it should really be that everything else has been done to comply firstly with the court, but more importantly, to ensure that South Africans are not left behind in terms of this digital migration program. I think with that, that's how we are summarizing or closing on this point. Other matters that you've raised about appointments and that, as I said, they are in the other items that the committee will deal with as a committee towards the end of the meeting. I have no intentions of keeping many of you on the platform, because I take it that this other item on the performance system for ICASA, it's really a one-liner update, because the matter was postponed as a result of ICASA making a request that they needed this matter to be workshopped first, so that there could be some engagements between them and the department, so that we are then looking at our part as Parliament, so that at some point this is approved in that way. So I would not want to keep everyone else from entities as far as that is concerned. And I'm sure that is an item that DDG Shelembe, as an entity oversight person, would still report on as he presented it in previous portfolio committee meetings, of course, under your direction, Minister. So if we can just complete that part and then get to the GCIS as led by the Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Chair. As we excuse other entities, maybe DDG Shelembe can just do the one-liner presentation on the ICASA performance system, and then the Councillor Lewis will remain.
DDG.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We had prepared a presentation, but the presentation really rehashes the issues that maybe if you can show my video, rehashes the issues that we have been presenting to the committee. The update really is that we have, after we submitted the draft ICASA performance management system to the National Assembly through the Speaker, which was then referred to the Portfolio Committee. We have had further engagements with ICASA, the last one being in this very month, where the Minister referred the last draft to ICASA for their comments. And I'm happy to report, Chairperson, that ICASA has responded to the last draft, and they were indeed very complimentary in terms of the improvements that have been made on the draft performance management system. And I think we can now say we have found each other, and we have therefore updated the draft that we submitted, which we will now submit again formally, and then the matter will be closed on our side, and we will await the formal approval or the concurrence of the National Assembly, which is required in terms of the ICASA Act. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, DDG Shelembe. Dr. Lewis, are you coming in?
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Yes, I can confirm the summary that's been given by DDG Shelembe. We did give some additional feedback on the last version, but essentially many of the issues that we'd raised, I think we thank the department for the fact that they had been taken on board and they had been accommodated in the draft. Most of the comments in the last version that we saw really a lot related to modalities of implementation, a few areas of clarity, and relatively minor kind of issues. Just to indicate from the Council of ICASA, we obviously committed to the performance management system. It's specified in the legislation. It's been a long time coming, and we really do look forward to the completion of the process in a way that will assist us as Council in targeting and planning our own objectives and our own work plans, and to make sure that we're able to account properly to Parliament for our performance, and obviously to the people of the Republic, which is our ultimate stakeholder, and to make sure that we manage and improve the performance of Council and of the authority going forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. Honourable members, that's the update, and as you can hear from the update, would be forwarded with the draft as the National Assembly. And if I were to remind members that one of the things was to say, including in the initial draft, was to check whether from the legal side of Parliament, whether it really fulfills the spirit and intent of the ICASA Act, and then in that way get back to the committee for final adoption by the committee. So that's really an update, and we appreciate that. We will have more of deliberations once the draft is before us as members. We thank you for that. Honourable Minister and your team, thanks. And as I said, we would not keep you in the other items if there are pressing matters. Otherwise, we will now move to items that GCIS would have to deal with, which is the quarterly report, as well as matters that talk to the MDDA as stated on the agenda. Deputy Minister Swaya, and the platform.
No, thank you, Chair. Yes, no, I'm here. Thank you. Good morning to yourself. I'm trying to enlarge this. All right. Yeah, I'm requesting to switch off. I don't think you can even see me. I can't see myself. Now I can't even hear you. I can't even hear you.
We can't see you. Yeah, even if you were saying the video was on, but we couldn't see anything. But we can hear you, that it's still you. It's not representing you.
Okay. No. Thank you, Chair. Just one clarity. I'm trying to look here. You had said to us we must talk about the quarterly report and the, what is the word which when you send us the invitation, you had written there. Just 1 minute, I'm opening my agenda.
You can lift it up, yeah. Jura.
So here on the agenda, you had said you want briefing on the grievances, am I correct? That's the invite.
Lift it up.
I beg your pardon, Chair.
I'm asking the committee support to just lift up the agenda again so that you know which items to combine, because we just have one presentation.
I'll find it now, Chair. I'll find it now, Chair.
Okay.
So that's on the item 2, which was about governance challenges and irregularities in the MDDA. That was 2. Then there was also an item on the quarterly reports, which we then said you can combine all those because the quarterly reports, I think, are quite straightforward.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think they just lighted something. Okay. No, it's fine. And good morning to Minister Nchabeni. I'm not sure if she has left or not, and colleagues from our sister department, and colleagues from MDDA, GCIS, and members of the committee and South Africans at large. I was a little bit sad when you removed us from the program and you put us at the back, because we had planned that we've got other commitments, but it's okay. I'm glad that we're able to finish on time. The GCIS team chair and members of the committee will take us through the quarterly report. Safe to say that we have been able to meet our targets. Where they have not been able to meet the targets, it's honestly because of financial constraints. There is continuous engagement with with Treasury, so that the institution can receive more money, and then that will assist us in relation to ensuring that we meet our targets. There is, of course, some great work that the entity has been able to do, and they will just flag a little bit on them. And I think with GCIS, because we have been consistent in coming to the portfolio committee, especially on our quarters, to come and report on our progress, we are taking a leap from that we're actually doing so well. Even in this financial year, we are now on the second term we're in quarter 2 now of this 2022-2023 financial year. We will still have a problem of of financial resources, which we are continuing to raise a concern about them. So even in your platforms, Chair, wherever, please assist us. We are requesting Treasury to be able to assist us to get money so that we can meet our targets. The other issue that we are going to talk to, so what I'm going to request is that I'm just going to give a summary. Now, GCIS DG, I'm going to request, for example, that one person will speak about the quotas, and then another one will then speak about the entity oversight. I'm requesting to separate them so that we're able to respond to your questions. You would remember, so I'm giving a summary. So I will speak, then the GCIS will speak, 2 colleagues or 3 or 4, but they must separate. One who speaks about the entity oversight should be then be focusing on the irregularities that you want an update on. And then the other one will then speak about the quarterly reports. I'm requesting DG, you can delegate. And then after that, we will then give to the board chair of MDDA, who will then be able to also speak in relation to what you have requested. What has happened, Chair, without necessarily mentioning the date, I don't want to lie to the committee and South Africans, is that we had received a whistleblower, which we were advised that we need to look into in relation to operations at MDDA. Then what we did is that as the ministry, once we received it, we then formalized through the minister, we wrote a request to Brand South Africa, requesting them that there is this concern. Can you look at it and be able to report to us, so that we can be able to come back to this portfolio committee and South Africans to say there was a whistleblower and this is what is happening. Subsequent to that, we gave it to the board. You would know that GCIS, for example, that's what I'm saying, they must also speak and take forth, is that through our shareholder rep, who kept on updating us about the issues, because there's a 9th member who sits in the board of Brand SA of MDDA. Then what we did is that we gave it to the board. Along the way, the board then wrote a letter to us, meaning the ministry, informing us that they are suspending the chairperson, Ms. Boche, which they were informing us. In that time, part of what we did, one is that the minister then had a meeting with the then CEO, the suspended CEO, to hear what she was saying. Because I am delegated the responsibility officially, I then had a meeting with the CEO to hear what she's saying, and also to write a report, which before I sent to the minister, I sent it to her to say, are you concurring? I met her on an official meeting where the meeting is recorded, and the minutes and the recordings are available for committee members in case they request them. What I also did, I did the same exercise of meeting the board, all of them, where I requested them, all of them, to speak on the issue. I actually told them we are conducting some form of understanding. So I'm going to request that you all speak. And then after that, I send the minutes to the board to say, please ratify if this is correct before I send to the minister. Also, the minister then met with the chairperson, wanting to understand. After committee chairman Nelly, after we received also, we had 4 reports, 2 from minister when he met individually, 2 from me when I met individually, and the board as a whole. We then sat and deliberated, and then we decided that maybe what we need to do is to seek a legal opinion in relation to what we can do. Because one person says this, the other person says this. At the time when we were speaking, we wanted to, without necessarily breaking the law, to understand, maybe try some form of a mediation if there's a need and so on. We then sought a legal opinion from the presidents. We decided that because the entity oversight, which is GCIS, has got a legal unit, let's remove it from GCIS. We went to the legal unit in the presidency and we said, we have got this issue, please be able to advise us. You'd remember that also when we are meeting them, they were all bringing documentation. My documentation is based on this. I'm doing this based on this, this, and this. We gave all of that documentation to the principal state law advisor, who then came to us and advised us that now that the issue is here, what we need to do is that we must allow the board to be the one that deals with their employer, because according to the act, the CEO reports to to the board is an issue between the employer and the board. What they also advised us was that we must also respond if, for example, during the inquiry, we get questions which are asked. It's as if they were predicting. We then got because the former CEO then reported the issue to the CCMA, the Public Service Commission, I'm sorry. They then wrote to the ministry to say, these are the issues which have been raised. We're giving you 30 days to be able to respond. And then we were able to respond because they were also now addressing the request which rightfully the CEO decided she's also going to go to the Public Service Commission. And then we were then able to give them those responses. They have not come back to us to tell us what is happening. What we are understanding is that the process is still underway. The board itself, also remember I said they informed us that they have suspended the CEO and then they will update us. The only thing which I think on our part we have not been able to do, and it's something that we need to urgently ratify, is probably to formally ask the board, how far is that issue? So that maybe they will tell us, no, the issue is not back with them or whatever, we don't know. Because they just said to us, she's suspended. And then we even told the state law advisor that, oh, that advice that you gave us, that is suspended, it's here. And they advised us it's fine. You must wait for them to be able to tell you how far is the process. That would actually, I think it's the only line where we are not able to come to this committee and tell you how far is the issue because they have informed us. Maybe we were supposed to ask them, since you told us that you are suspending the CEO, how far is the matter? So that's where we are. The entity oversight, that's why I was saying they must separate. They must then be able to also speak in relation to, because we've done our own oversight, which is expected to a particular level, and then we have stopped where we are because we are limited by the law. We can't go beyond that. Now, the framework which we have is that there's a part which we must do. The entity oversight through GCIS must then be able to speak about what is it that they have done. And then, then the board will then be able, through the chairperson, to also tell us the reporting. My understanding, because before we came to you, Chair, this is how serious we take the matter. We were able to meet all of us inside house to discuss in relation to what is the approach, and they should, for example, be able to talk to this committee beyond the CEO, because that whistleblower's report was not only about necessarily the CEO, it had a whole range of issues. So they should be able to guide and respond to all those concerns, because it was a very long letter. Others, it involved junior staffs, blah, blah, blah. It should be able to give a comprehensive report. And then where they are not going to be able to speak, because even when we were preparing to come here, there were issues where we could not touch because the issues are with the CCMA, others are with the Public Service Commission, they are sub judice. We all of us cannot necessarily speak to until they come back and they respond to say this is where the issue is. Then we can be able to take yourself and South Africans into confidence. What I want to say lastly, Chair, just to give the committee confidence, is that we can safely say to you, the institution has been running effectively. You can attest that we have been coming to this committee from one quarter to another with clean audit outcomes. We've been coming to yourselves to say we are working. The institution is running smoothly. We had to do some 2-3 contingency measures so that, for example, we take our funders into confidence. You know that MDDA is also funded by independent funders, just to give them confidence that whatever you see in the media, leaked or not leaked, other things we can't respond to because they're in the courts. We can safely say to yourself and the committee that the institution is operating very well. We've got an acting CEO. They are continuing to make sure that they reach the vacancy rate by advertising vacant posts so that they can be able to work. They just recently closed for the grant funding. Even on Friday, I'm going to be opening another radio station, and then we're working very, very closely. The only issue that also cost us a little bit of a confusion with society was when community radio stations were closing down. There was some form of wanting to portray that is MDDA is to blame, which is not true, because the issue was with ICASA and them not complying with the license. And then when it comes to that, we can expect an institution like Chapter 9, which is ICASA, to allow radio station to broadcast without a license. Of course, we are having our own internal communication with ICASA to see how we can find a lasting solution in relation to the pricing of Centec fees, which continue to be a problem for community radio stations. I'm going to request that DG, you can start with the quarter reports, and then after that, you give somebody to deal with the entity oversight, and then the board chair, you will then give us a report in relation to the request as a collective view of the board. Thank you.
Thank you, DM. My name is Nomonde Mnukwa. Greetings to the chairperson, the honorable members, the ministers, the deputy ministers, and all colleagues. The protocol is observed. The DGs attending the cabinet committee meeting.
It's fine, my dear. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry, DDG, you'll come in. The other issue is that I'm going through a lot of whatever. The other issue, Chair, the last one, is that we want to safely tell the committee that we have received an email from a person who have not been involved in matters before. So they have sent us an email. We will not necessarily disclose in detail. We have also taken that email which has been sent to us. We have sent it to the legal unit to be able to then also advise us in relation to what is it that we are supposed to do. Thank you. You can continue. I just want them to mention that part. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, DDG, sorry. This is a recent email that we have received, yes, on Friday. Thank you.
Thank you, DM. Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members, the ministers, the deputy ministers, and the colleagues. The protocol is observed. My name is Nomonde Mnukwa. I'm the DDG responsible for corporate services. I'm going to be presenting the GCIS Quarter 3 and Quarter 4 performance reports, both financial and non-financial, for the year 2021-2022. I also don't think I'm visible from the video because I can see that my screen is blank. But nevertheless, Chairperson, allow me to continue with the presentation whilst my colleague is assisting me to load the presentation. We continue as a department to communicate, in fact, to ensure access to information that is timely and accurate to the citizens of South Africa, and also continue to communicate as a voice of government internationally. And we use a number of communication platforms to reach our diverse population in the country. As you would understand that we have a very diverse population, which some of the members of the population are still in areas whereby they are being affected by the digital divide that we face as a country. And therefore, we continue to utilize our publications, the Vukuzenzele magazine, the Public Sector Management magazine, the SA News, the online platforms, particularly our social media platforms.
Point of order, Chairperson. Is Ms. Nomonde making a presentation from slides because they are not flighted?
She would have indicated that she's being assisted, as you can see, can't even see her.
Just make me aware that they're not up yet.
Yes, no, she's making, she made a request that she speaks in the meantime whilst the friend is assisting. I can see on the chat that they're asking to be granted presentation rights, which is something I think is happening. I see a hand. Is it from Sophie?
Yes. Good morning, Chairperson and the honorable members. Now, I was kindly requesting Hajira to please grant me the presentation rights. We are unable to upload the presentation. Thank you.
Ms. Soki, you've got the rights now. Thank you.
Thank you, Hajira.
Should I continue, Chair, or should
yes,
I wait?
please, I grant
Okay.
it. I grant it to
All right.
you.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I was just highlighting that the platforms that we utilize as a department to reach our citizens with timely and accurate information. We continue to utilize our publications, the public sector magazines, the SA News, the online platforms, particularly the social media platforms, our video and radio production platforms, and we continue through our deputy ministers, both Deputy Minister Siweya and Deputy Minister Kekana, to have face-to-face engagement with communities just to accommodate the diverse nature of our population and to ensure that nobody is left behind. The particular information that we in the quarters under review, can you put it on a slideshow, Tobis? The particular information that we focused on more during the period under review was more on COVID-19 vaccination drive, whereby we're creating awareness and trying to also deal with the hesitant to vaccination, the anti-corruption awareness, the gender-based violence and femicide, the voter registration for local government, the economic recovery, and the State of the Nation address. Just moving quickly to, your slides are not moving, Tobisa. Quickly to the key performance highlights. We are noting as a department that our social media platforms, the followership and the viewership are definitely increasing or growing. And that I think we take it more on the fact that we're more moving to the digital community as a country, and particularly with the fact that the majority of our population is youth, and hence we are having such a growth in that in the social media platforms. We also have partnerships that we have entered into together through our provincial and district offices with other government departments, with NGOs and business, so that we ensure that we have an informed community, South African citizens. And I think the following ones are more of photos that are depicting the engagements that took place during the period under review, particularly the face-to-face dialogues that were held with Minister in the Presidency, the Deputy Ministers, both Deputy Minister Kekana and Deputy Minister Siweya, engaging the communities, taking into account the concerns so that our communication is informed by the expectations of the citizens, but also is more developmental in nature, whereby we're providing education and awareness in pertinent issues that we think our citizens should know about. We also ensure that we communicate the status and the mode of the country in general, internationally. And that we do, you can move to the next slide, Tobis, and that we do through our 2 editions, which is the South Africa Yearbook and the Official Guide to South Africa, which is a summarized version of the South Africa Yearbook that we have published in our online platforms as a department. And that seeks to communicate about our country internationally and also ensure that there is information readily available for the international, should I say, target whenever they want to know more about our country. You can move to the next one, Gomisa. On this one, I'm not gonna dwell much on it, except that it depicts the growth that we're talking about, particularly in terms of our social media, and basically to also say that we make sure that we keep our citizens informed, and therefore our communication was more around COVID-19's vaccination, the World AIDS Day, the gender-based violence, which is more educational in nature, the communication itself, and equipping and empowering the citizens in terms of what should they do and what is available in terms of the services of government should people find themselves in the particular situations. The local government elections, the Transport Month, the State of the Nation address, the Human Rights Day, and the current affairs. At the particular time, it was more around the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. We can move to the next one. And just to move through the photos, because they are more depicting the particular engagements that I was reflecting to. And then now I'm going to be moving to the actual statistics in terms of our performance, starting with our Q3 performance. In Q3, we have met almost all our targets except one target, and we therefore achieved performance of 97%, with the one target qualifying for a 3% of non-achievement. And that particular target was the video services provided. The reasons why we couldn't achieve the target, though there was great strides that were made, because we had provided 117 services out of the targeted 140, is because it's more a demand kind of a target, whereby the majority of the events, they are based on the requests that we receive as a department. And then with regard to Q4, next slide. Q4, we achieved 91% of our planned targets, and we could not achieve 3 targets that totally accounted for 9%. And those 3 targets are particularly, the first one is on the video services provided, where we managed to provide 74 services out of the 135. And the challenge is more on the fact that it's a service that is provided on demand. The second one is the number of performance review and compliance monitoring reports submitted to the minister. In this one, the reports were produced, were quality assured, submitted to the DG's office. However, there were quality assurance matters that were still going ahead, and therefore we couldn't, because the output indicator itself says submitted to the minister, not to the DG. So we had to be prudent in terms of our reporting, that though the work has been done, because it was still going undergoing the quality assurance, it was therefore not submitted to the minister during the period under review. And then the last one is the annual transformation report published as prescribed by legislation. The reason why the annual transformation report could not be published in the period under review was that the Marketing, Advertising and Communication Sector Council, the appointment and the nomination and the appointment of the members was still ongoing during the period under the review. And it was going to be prudent to allow the members themselves to be able to be involved in the process of the production of the report, so that it can be credible as possible. And then we move to the financial performance. During Q3, which is the expenditure up to the 31st of December 2021, as a department, we had spent 74% of our allocated 757.4 million budget. And for Q4, we managed to spend 99.7% of the allocated 757.4 million of the budget allocated to the department. And the Q4 expenditure is our, at the end, final annual expenditure for the financial year. So for the financial year, the audited expenditure for the department, it is at 99.7%. It then just shows how much we try to reach the communities or the citizens of the country through communication and ensuring that we have empowered and informed citizenry. Then moving to the particular expenditure with regards to the occupational health and safety, with more specifics on the personal protective equipment. For Q3, the period up to end of Q3, we had spent 1.3 million. And at the end of the financial year, we had spent 1.4 million on personal protective equipment that is aligned to the COVID-19 that we faced as a country. And in conclusion, Chairperson, we have managed as a department for the quarters under review to reach performance of over 90% for Q4. even though we'll still come back with the annual performance, which is 89%, I'm just passing through. However, we just want to emphasize that as a department, we continue to provide information to the country that has got information deficit, that has got a mood that is not well, based on the research that has been undertaken with the very limited resources. If you take into account the budget that we are presenting, the expenditure for it is only about 700+ million, which in other departments is just a portion of what the other departments they get to be provided for. In our case, we have to reach 600 million plus a population that is very diverse, meaning which we have to be decisive in terms of how we communicate and use various platforms, because we have to accommodate each and every citizen of the country. However, we continue to engage National Treasury so that there can be an understanding that in any country, market communication and marketing of the country itself is very critical, and therefore it needs to be equated with budgets that sort of show that it is a very critical function. Chairperson and Deputy Minister, thank you very much. I think my colleague Reho will then present in terms of the entity oversight. Thank you. Over to you, Reho.
Thank you, DDG Nomonde. Thank you, Chairperson, Deputy Minister, and honorable members. Deputy Minister has clearly given a background in terms of MDDA and governance irregularities that we were asked to present on. I will not go through the background because I think it has clearly been outlined. The slides have been shared with the committee, and I will go straight to slide number 12, which is part of the presentation that was shared with you. All the matters as outlined by the Deputy Minister have been tabled here. And basically the slides that are before this slide number 12 outlines just the process that went through from the whistleblowing, from minutes of getting information from the board, and all other documents that were presented before us, and also given that we have a shareholder rep with the entity. So basically the relationship between the minister and the MDDA board is governed by the legislative precepts of PFMA, Companies Act, and the founding legislation. And therefore the minister and the board, they sign a governance agreement, and the latest one was signed in June 2022. And the governance agreement stipulates the policy direction of the entity, what it must undertake, the service delivery commitment by the minister. And this governance agreement covers both fiduciary functions of the board, governance-related issues, and which ensures that the entity remains stable, and that governance leadership as well as service delivery levels are attained. It also stipulates the different levels of feedback sessions between the minister and to board forum, CEO and DG forum, company secretary forum, CFO forum, as well as policy regulatory forums. And then section 12.6 of the Act also states that the terms and conditions of the chief executive and other staff of the agency, including the remuneration, allowance, pension, and other benefits, are determined by the board. Therefore, in this area, the minister has no role, as outlined in the governance agreement. Interventions by the shareholder, which is really what is it that we have done as an entity oversight. So the function of entity responsibility, as Deputy Minister has outlined, has been given to a DM, and she has been constantly engaging and providing regular feedback to the minister. Despite the Deputy Minister's involvement, the minister as the shareholder meets with the board from time to time as the provision of the governance agreement. So to this end, the relationship between the minister and the executive authority and the board is governed by the governance agreement as outlined before, and this agreement is signed by both parties. The minister's role accountable to Parliament to exercise his powers and performance of his functions and those of the board, and also responsible to the development of the sector policy, and when required, the reviewing and administration of the MDDA Act, which we actually in the process of amending, and interactions and workshops are currently underway. And the minister and the DM are the point of contact by the board. And the power to appoint the CEO rests with the board. And in terms of the act, the minister therefore has no role to play during the appointment of the CEO. The interventions that as the shareholder have been undertaken, the Act provides 3 instances where the CEO contract can be legally terminated, which is based on poor performance, on incapacity, or as a result of physical or mental illness or disability and misconduct. That being seen as one element, physical or mental illness or disability, it's one thing. So the board can therefore not terminate the CEO's contract. This is the legal opinion that we sought at GCIS using our legal advisor. They cannot terminate the CEO contract for any reasons other than the 3 elements outlined above, as the board precluded to the principles of legality, which entails the executive is constrained by this principle. And the department legal opinion also resolved that there is no role for the minister to play in the employer and employee relationship, and the power to discipline can only be exercised by the appointing authority, which is in this instance the board. So the minister has no role to play in the disciplinary process of the CEO and the board. And in this context, the minister's political responsibility and constitutional duty to ensure that the agency discharges its statutory mandate without his hindrance. The deputy minister and the minister facilitated a meeting between the chairperson and the board on matters of the CEO to ensure that the CEO does not, the matters of the CEO does not destabilize the agency. And that's the matter in a nutshell. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, DDG. Can the chairperson on behalf of the board take us through? Thank you, DDG. Dr. Hlangani.
Thank you, DM, and thanks to, good morning to the chairperson of the committee and the minister in the platform, and honorable members and South African at large. I am going to, this presentation has been submitted to the committee. I take it that the members have received it and have gone through it, so I'm not going to read line by line. Suffice to say that I'm going to deal with this report for purposes of being able to allow the members to ask questions, and then we'll then respond to those questions. We have been requested to come to the committee to advise on the allegations of irregularities. And as I said, it is imperative that we sketch how this matter arises and how do we find ourselves here. During May 2021, there were complaints that were received by the Deputy Minister, Sweya, and the Minister, Chaveni, which came from this committee regarding contractual and other human capital related issues in MDDA. At the time, I was the acting chairperson of the board. I requested the committee responsible for HR and other matters, which is the Corporate Affairs Committee, to investigate those allegations so that we can then, as a board, be able to report back to the Deputy Minister and the Minister. In turn, they can report back to Parliament via this committee. It is important to indicate that these complaints that came in and around May 2021 were not, it was not the first time that they had been raised. This very same complaint by the whistleblower had been raised in 2019 relating to the same issues. I cannot, as I sit here, Chair, be able to give a comprehensive answer as to why the board at the time did not deal with the matters in the manner that we have dealt with the matters. Due largely to the complexities and time pressures relating to these matters, the board decided that it would split the issues into two. So it will deal first with issue that related to the CFO appointment to determine whether this appointment was irregular in any manner, and if it was irregular, what steps needed to be done. Phase two would have been matters that related to the irregular appointment of junior staff members, and that part will then have to be dealt with after we're dealt with the issue of the CFO. In its deliberation, the Corporate Affairs Committee relied heavily on Section 12(6) of the Media Development Agency because it is important that we ground the work that we do on the act that governs us. And that states that the terms and conditions of service of the Chief Executive Officer and other staff of the agency, including their remuneration, allowances, pensions, and other service benefits, are determined by the board. And then from there, you then have delegation of authority, in which case the board then delegates the appointment of the rest of the staff, because those don't report to the board, to the Chief Executive Officer as the accounting officer. In as far as it relates to the issue of the contract of the CFO, the CAC determined that there was an issue with the appointment of the CFO only in as far as to the fact that the CFO, almost 4 years down the line, had not signed a contract of employment. So there was no issue around the process under which he was appointed. There was an issue around there was no contract of employment which should have been signed 7 days after assuming responsibilities or duties of being a CFO. The CAC considered a report from the acting CEO, Ms. Poche, who submitted to a meeting of the board dated October 2018, in which it included a paragraph 3.4, which stated that the position of the CFO was filled mid-September 2018. After successful recruitment, the board is requested to ratify this permanent appointment. So I just want to be able to make sure that the committee is aware that what we're dealing with here is the fact that there was an allegation that the CFO was appointed on a permanent basis, whilst the contract, the advert had related to a 5-year contract or 5-year term. The letter of appointment for the CFO stated a permanent appointment, did not state an end date or a contract period. The submission to the board stated that there was supposed to rectify a permanent appointment. To this extent, the CEO had failed to ensure that the CFO had a signed permanent contract. This is the nub of the matter in essence. It is from these very issues that the CEO was subjected through a disciplinary process. a disciplinary process that in the intervening period, the relationship between the CEO and the board deteriorated, owing largely to the conduct of the CEO. And an incompatibility hearing was then convened, which the board then converted into a discussion, because it then said it is important that we build a relationship that will be able to assist the organization to go further. The CEO disciplinary process then concluded. A report was produced. The report, which was produced by what we thought at the time that it was an independent chair, had cleared the CEO. And this triggers the next actions. And the next actions being that then the CEO started with various other activities that the board felt. This led to a second incompatibility hearing, which then led into the CEO then being suspended. The findings of the chairperson, which we thought was independent, was then appealed for review in the Labour Court. So that matter is sitting in the Labour Court as we speak today. The board had elected to go through an incompatibility hearing, which would have been conducted by the board and would have been much more shorter than a process of going through any other process. The CEO, at her request, requested that an independent arbiter be appointed because she felt that given that she was in conflict with the board, she wouldn't want the board to adjudicate on her matters on its own, and therefore an independent arbiter must be appointed. The board considered to this fact and approached the CCMA as the organ that is established to be able to deal with issues around these matters. The matter is currently sitting with the CCMA. It is going to, we have already said once, and we will be sitting again on the 12th and 12th, 14, and 15 of September, if my date not correct, and then the 28th. So that is in as far as the issue around the CEO is concerned. Chairperson, relating to phase two, the various staff were then subjected into an inquiry, and in that inquiry, it was found that some staff members were appointed without due process, and to the extent that they were appointed through not through due process, we needed to be able to regularize that process by either requesting those staff members to terminate their employment or apply to the Labour Court or any other legal scenario that will be able to allow MDDA to normalize their appointments. But to do this needed to be done by the management because those staff don't report to the board. Yes, the investigation were done by the CAC. The processes have been undergoing, and a number of staff have undergone through the disciplinary processes that has happened, and some have gone to the CCMA, and those processes are currently underway. There was a phase 3 in that regard, which related to the issues around the safety of documentations and all sorts of other things that related to that could potentially have an adverse effect into MDDA. And those matters as well were dealt with in relation to staff and the CEO. I must indicate, Chairperson, that in as far as it relates to issues around board, we did have a resignation of a board member, Ms. Nkingwana, who had served a little over, if not under 2 years of a 3-year term. I must indicate that Ms. Nkingwana did write to the minister and the presidency to make some allegations that she didn't agree with certain matters. However, we have responded when the minister had written to us to indicate that Ms. Tingwana was either part and parcel of the board decisions that were taken. Alternatively, she had missed a substantial meetings that would have been necessitated, that the board would have had to request the minister to remove her from the board through the process that she was appointed by. Because a section in the Act is stipulates very clearly that a board member who misses 2 meetings, and it's not very specific that it is supposed to be of board meetings, but it could include committee meetings, it therefore disqualifies themselves from being board member. And this fact, Ms. Tingwana had not canvassed with the minister, but we did canvass the fact and provided those facts into the minister. I do note that because this is a public platform, Ms. Tingwana is actually in the platform. So, Chairperson, I must as well indicate that there was, the CEO had written to the Public Service Commission. The minister wrote to me as the board chair and requested that we respond within a specified deadline, which we did. And the minister has subsequently responded to the Public Service Commission with our response. The CEO had as well written to the public protector. The public protector had written to us, and we have responded to the public protector, and will continue to engage with the public protector, and will await the processes that get followed. We must indicate that we have as well noted that the CEO had advised that she would write to the Corruption Watch, and indeed we have seen some pronouncement to that extent. The board remains resolute to the extent that in every instance it has acted on the basis of a lawful instruction from a minister who had received a complaint from your committee to investigate certain irregularities that were there. To this extent, the work that we have done, it's work that this committee had insisted that we do. We are progressing with that work, and we are intent on seeing this work to its logical conclusion. And we are convinced that we have not acted one bit out of what the act that governs the MDDA requires of us. Chairperson and members, I will rest this matter at that point and will happily take questions when the chairperson determines that we do.
Thank you, Chair. Those are our reports. We hope we were able to to cover everything. I'm going to request that we give back to you, your good self and the committee, and then we can be able to interact with yourself. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Honorable members, you now have an opportunity to engage the presentation. But let me just clarify that we have deliberately asked board members to be present so that there's no issue of misrepresentation later on with all the problems of information that gets leaked or not leaked. So members have now the opportunity to ask questions to GCIS as they presented the content report, as well as on the matter that relates to the MDDA governance irregularities, those allegations that have been made. So I will now take those members who would want to speak. Please indicate if you would want to speak on the matter.
Can you note me, Chair?
Yeah, Honorable Basop, Honorable Bodlani. So those are hands I see on this side. If I'm missing any hand, I'll get an indication. But let's take Honorable Dr. Basop, followed by Honorable Bodlani.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. If I may start with GCIS, for me, in terms of the performance of that institution, it's my firm belief that at least they are almost there in terms of performing their duties. The only issue that I think need our consideration is the fact that they are being, in fact, the allocation for the department to perform its duties or its responsibilities, where they are indicating there is interaction in terms of the report with Treasury. But up to now, there is no positive kind of response. And my understanding, that institution is the face of government. If a government can't provide the resources for it to perform its duties, for me, it's a problem. Hence, I just want to check again from us as a committee, whether is there any way where we can intervene at a political level to assist in terms of them being financed by Treasury. That's the only point with GCIS. Then coming to the last presentation, Chair, the MDDA. Hey, Chair, for me, this is very complicated. And if I may say, this thing is very complicated, Chair, in my view. If I follow these reports that are in front of us, especially around the question of suspension of the CEO, as well as the appointment of the CFO. We are going to correct, Chair, if I'm wrong. The report says the CFO was appointed. The CFO was appointed by the CEO, but in 2018, if I'm not mistaken, yes, in 2018, and at the time, the CEO was the acting CEO, but she appointed the CFO. Now, down the line, the reports indicates that the post was for 5 years, but instead of signing the letter for 5 years, the acting CFO at the time, she appointed the CFO permanently, or there was no clear indication. And again, if that is the case, is a problem. Because my little understanding, when you are being employed or you are receiving a letter of appointment, obviously, the letter stipulates that you will start on this and date, and these are the conditions. That is why I'm saying, Chair, this is complicated. If indeed there were no conditions of employment, down the line, it found out that indeed the CFO was, in fact, I don't know whether the expectations or what, was appointed permanently. Now, the report says down the line, the committee is trying to ratify that. All of a sudden, there's a letter of complaint from the PSC. Apparently, the very person that is complaining now is the very CEO, that who appointed the CFO. There's something wrong. But the Chair, if the matter is still under review and has these complications, I don't know what is it that we can recommend as a committee, rather than to say, let's allow the institution to finalize this process, because the report says again, the matter was referred to DC, and the CEO was exonerated by the chairperson. and it went for a review. That's where it is now. Hence, I'm suggesting, let's allow that process to unfold. But however, let's have a time frame. As much as the impression that is given here that all is well within the institution, I'm not saying yes or no, but it's impossible. You can't have an organization operate very well whilst the senior people, your CEO, your CFO, and everybody else at that level, there are problems. It's impossible to run smoothly, but I'm not saying that is not the case. All what I'm saying, Tina, as the committee here, let's have a time frame to say at least this process must try to be speeded up so that at the end of the day, these things are resolved. And again, Chair, a record should put straight here. Whether is it true that the very person who appointed the CFO is complaining now to say the board is out of order. So I'm saying that is why, Mr. Chair, there is an element of complicated of this issue that is put forward. But however, as an oversight body, we've got a role to play. Hence, I'm proposing concretely, Chair, that let's allow them to finish up their process. And but Tina, we must set up a time frame on the matter. Thank you very much, Chair, so far. That's my contribution on the matter.
Thank you, the Honorable Dr. Basop. Now recognize the Honorable Bodlani, who will then be followed by the Honorable.
Thank you, Chairperson. Allow me to keep my camera off. In the bus traveling to Parliament. Chairperson, just where Honorable Dr. Basoku ended, with everything that has been reported here, it is impossible to allow this committee to believe that MDDA is operating optimally. I do appreciate that the Deputy Minister Siweya thinks having a clean audit and complying with the Auditor General is a reflection of the state of matters in the entity. But if you're going to have a CFO and a CEO and the board at loggerheads, it does so little to boost the staff morale. And you know what they say, when the elephants fight, it is the grass that gets hurt. Yes, we appreciate the clean audits and that, but there is a governance crisis. Chairperson, the biggest issue that I have is how was the CEO allowed for 4 years to have in limbo the signing of the contract of the CFO with the board under watch? How was that allowed? And why is it a question of scapegoating where now the CEO is taking the fall? And why did it take so long for the board to ultimately act against the CEO? There seems to be some level of a lax approach in dealing with the matter, especially when you consider that it's documented. And if we are going to allow it to happen any longer, you are going to continue to have leaks in the media, you're going to have mistrust in the organization because there is no leadership in the organization. We did not get the name of the acting CEO, the current acting CEO. And also, can I please be clarified with the board, how long do they envision that the CEO will be suspended for? There has to be some timelines to these things, because if it's going to happen perpetually, it is really continuing to destabilize the entity. And lastly, Chairperson, there is a junior employee who was on sick leave for a couple of months, continued to be paid, who has agreed and considered to owe in the entity money. And there is an agreement that that employee will then pay back the funds that she was paid during her sick leave. Can we get the amount and the arrangements of how she is going to pay back the funds that were paid to her, as we know now, not correctly so? I will come back for more, Chairperson, after the board provides clarity. Thank you.
Honorable Mlala, you are now recognized.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think Dr. Basopu has largely covered what I wanted to raise, except the fact that in my own view, these problems are not just exclusively administrative. I think this issue of personalities, people they are not working together professionally, and maybe my view would be I agree with Dr. Basop that it's very difficult to say we are doing well under the current situation, but also agree with Bodlana that the board has got more to explain on all this. I don't want to say shenanigans, because for me, all these presentations that they are making us to us do not make sense. I mean, you appoint a person, tomorrow you don't know how you appointed that person, tomorrow you are suspended, tomorrow this. It's just not acceptable at our level, because the ultimate intention might be to make it difficult for us as an oversight committee to do our oversight, because everything else will be internally. Now, my view, Chair, is that the ministry and you yourself should have an engagement with this board, extensive engagement, so that when the report come to us, the report is quite clear on what is the actual problem. Because for me, the issue might have been just a small one of whether the person was supposed to be appointed on a contract for 5 years and he was given permanent, which if there's good relationship and professionalism at the level of the board, it's easy to resolve. Because what is the board's position on appointment? Where was the board when the appointment was made? Were they copied? What was their resolutions and all those issues? So for me, we also need to get deeper into the professionalization of the institution, because my fear is that we are not being professional in addressing this issue. Those administrative challenges, they are there, it's fine. But at the level of the board, I had one colleague saying there was a hearing and then the chairperson did not find somebody guilty and so on. So there's a game that is being played there. So my view is that chairperson and the ministry, can you have a session, closed session, confidential, so that everybody can disclose, so that when a report comes to the committee, we are not discussing administration and the matter is with CCMA and so on, but we can see that the issue is not that administrative. So my view is that we need to instill a sense of professionalism in that entity, chairperson. If we can't, then we'll have to do an inquiry into the board, because we can't have all these stories that were told is complex. I agree with Basop, is complex because it was made deliberately to be complex so that we are unable to do our work as parliament. So we need an urgent intervention. So I'm proposing that chair and the ministry must have a closed session with the board, and so they disclose each and every information, including their or whatever personal. I mean, how do you say you want a compatible a solution to an administrative problem? I mean, for me, it's a relationship issue. So if we can have a board to sit down and disclose in details, so that when it comes to committee, we are able to say, okay, this is the situation and this is how we can do our oversight. Otherwise, for me, we'll spend the next 3 or 4 meetings discussing one issue, the other one is CMA, and all these things are ultimately going to stabilize the institution. So that's my proposal, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Mlala. We'll then allow responses for the first line of questions.
Okay, no. Thank you, Chair, and thank you to committee members. Just before I will give the board chair who is representing the board in terms of the report and the DDG to respond to some of the issues. I'm not sure in relation to the time frame. That's why I said when I was making an opening that I will make sure that as a ministry we write to the board to ask them how far is the process so that we can be able to come and respond to you in relation to the time frame. Unfortunately, the issue is sub judice because it's elsewhere, and that causes a problem. I don't think as the ministry we have a problem if the board, if the committee feels that you want to do some form of a one-on-one introspection with the board. I don't think that is part of you being able to do an oversight. And I'm pleading that in our responses, you must not take it that we do not necessarily want to answer. One is that we don't have the answers to the questions that you're asking. And I'm sure even if we can go to the CCMA to ask them how far are you with the process, they will tell us that it is sub judice, and hence that is what we are telling you. Maybe what we might need to do to them is to sensitize them that the issue is an urgent issue, blah, blah, blah. Can you try and prioritize it so that it can find a lasting solution? But beyond that, I don't think if it was in our control, I'm sure we would have speedily been able to resolve the issue. Now, Chair, just a bit of a reminder, and I'm happy that some of the committee members who are here, we have been together from 2019. Now, if you remember the term of office of Presidency, of MDDA, I keep on saying Presidency, I'm sorry, of MDDA, is that there are members who their term got finished along the way, others remained, and so on. So, for example, some of the questions that the committee might want to have, and I'm not sure if you have got the powers or whatever, is that we might have to call the previous board to come and answer some of the questions which we are having. I think this current board, what they were doing was that they were alerted to issues, and then we're trying to respond to what you had raised with them through us to say that these issues, can we be able to solve them? So in that process of wanting to raise those issues, I think that they found out that there are other many issues. So for example, the former chair, Norman Mujerere, must come and also assist in responding to some of the questions, for example. But of course, you have got organizational memory, which is there in terms of minuting, which we can, I think in your inquiry, you can also utilize it to say this board met blah, blah, there's a company secretary, the institution has got organizational memory, which will then show you this and that. For example, with the appointment of the CEO, the current CEO, was that he was also, when I arrived myself in 2019, the CEO was already in place, for example. And maybe the minutes must show us what had happened then so that we can bring it to yourself and then you are able to look. And I think it will assist so that you can have the clarity to say, if a person played a role in appointing a person and then later on changes, what are the issues? You are also in your rightful right to want to understand, you were charged on this one you won, then there's another charge, blah, blah, blah. Those things is within your right to be able for yourself to be able to know. I don't think it can be a problem when you want to go and inquire so that you can find better clarities, but so that we can all be, we cannot. So for example, the issue of the CEO, of the CFO, I think was another question. Why did it take so long? It has taken so long because I think in the process, they had to follow due process and not rush anything to be able so that everybody can be treated fairly and well. I can imagine a situation where you rush to want to find out issues. And then also because the whistleblower's letter was very long, it had a lot of issues and other issues opened other issues. I don't think we would have wanted to rush and leave it as it is. So I'm hearing you're talking about an oversight on your part. That is what you're supposed to do. We remain open to be able to do that so that we can be able to assist you. You will then, when we are done here, write us letters and tell us how do you want to conduct the oversight on a fact-finding mission, whatever you want to call it, so that you can be ourselves as the ministry, GCIS, and I'm also speaking for MDDA. We remain all of us open so that we can be able to take South Africans on board. The very important one, I've even written NB on my notes, is this one of previous board members where issues were decided upon when other previous board members were there, and that also causes some form of a conflict. And in instances, in other issues, for example, I'm sure you have received the report. If you have not, we'll send them to you. We also have got a problem now that even one of the board members who's there is implicated in the previous things which were done by the previous board. So it causes a lot of confusion and to a certain extent, some form of conflict. And I'm requesting that you must make your time as the committee when meet the board so that they're able to show you all these things, that this is where the issue is, it's locked by this and that, so that you can be able to understand. Yeah, I think those are the ones. I will give the entity oversight, but I think we don't have a problem with you wanting to go further into understanding. It will truly understand. I'm going to give the board chairperson. And very importantly, colleagues and the committee and fellow South Africans, is that, for example, currently now, that's why I forgot to mention one issue. We have got another, I don't know what to call it, which we have received. We immediately, and we're making sure that we file everything so that when you come to us to want to come and ask, we can be able to show you have received some form of a report which we are told we must not touch, we must touch whatever, and then we're giving it to the legal unit to be able to assist us in so far as wanting to deal with it. And this also is caused by the fact that in itself, in the institution, others are opting to want to leak issues and cause some form of confusion, and which is what things that we do not necessarily want to be able to address. We want to be transparent. Even ourselves as a ministry, we are always open for you to, if you want to come and be able to speak to us, even with the entity oversight. I'm going to give Chair Dr. Hlangan, if maybe you can look at others. Those are the ones which I felt they are more directed to us as the ministry in relation to what is it that we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you, DM. Thank you, members of Parliament, and thanks for the questions that have been posed. I want to repeat, and I thought maybe I glozed over it when I started answering, making a presentation, but let me be slightly more detailed. The board that currently has dealt with this matter, the board that has acted on the whistleblower and the instruction that we received from the minister to investigate the whistleblower and the allegations. None of the board members that were there at the point in 2021, except one, whose term also expired in September, were there in 2018. So when the question is raised that why was the CFO allowed to sit for almost 4 years without a contract, and what did the board do, and why did the board do nothing about it? I can't give an answer because the board I preside over, in terms of the people that were there, were not there, number one. Number two is that ordinarily, we would have thought that when a committee of parliament asks of us to discharge the responsibilities, it means that they expect that some consequence management will then have to follow if we can confirm some of the allegations that are found or have been made. And in this instance, the board is dealing with consequence management. Unfortunately, the very person that we are now taking consequent management on is the person that has written all over the show. Is the person that we are now sitting here and the board is being dealt with as if the board is acting malafide. The board has nothing to hide. The board has acted transparently, and the board is happy to be subjected to any process legally that can be able to clarify what we have done. And we are quite happy. We still request, if the chair of the committee and the committee feels it necessary to do an oversight, we will make ourselves available and we'll make every single document that we have acted on the basis of available to the committee to see that this board has acted transparently and honestly. That's number one. Number two is that the acting CEO is Muzuvukile Kashe. And to that extent, I must give compliment to Mzu and his team that they have held the ship quite steady. It's not really about a clean audit or lack, therefore, of clean audit. The institution has been in turmoil for some time. And unfortunately, in relation to some colloquial language in Pedi, where they say, it appears like this is where we are. This board is ensuring that the work of MDDA, which is to look at community media, is actually discharged appropriately. Unfortunately, there are these matters that has been put to us to deal with, and we are dealing with them, and we will account to them fully. And where anyone can find us at fault, we will be able to acknowledge if it is that we are at fault. Chair, I have in person given updates in respect of where we are with the issue of the CEO. We have set in July, on the 19th and the 20th of July, with the CCMA. We are sitting again on the 14th and the 15th and the 28th of September. I'm hoping that the matter could be concluded on the last day of the 28th of September. Unfortunately, we can't pressurize the CCMA. The CCMA is being chaired by an independent commissioner. They don't take instructions from us, neither do they take instructions from the CEO. So we may be willing to conclude the matter as speedily as is possible, but they do need to follow due process so that when they do make their finding, it is a finding that all of us can be able to accept, whether we lose or we win. But as well, as you will appreciate, there are laws in this country which allows people to appeal if they are unhappy. So if the CEO decides to appeal, or if we decide to appeal, it is really catered for in that. But we will want to hope that the verdict of the CCMA manages to close this matter down, because we will want a head of the institution that is not acting, but that is permanent. That is as far as those the questions that were asked are concerned. And again, I do make a passionate plea that in as far as it's important, we will welcome the committee, and we will put every single piece of document that we have acted on the basis of in front of the committee in a closed session, because this is an open session. And unfortunately, I'm constrained to have to disclose some. In a closed session, we will disclose that information, and you will discover that indeed, this is a board of highly professional people that I lead, who differs with everyone, and at the end of the day, their intention is to serve the interests of MDDA and per the oath that they've taken, the oath of office that has been administered on them. Thanks so much, Chairperson.
I see there's a hand from a board member. I wanted to check first whether members have a follow-up to make, because I want, before I get to any other board member, I want to maybe guide on how given what members would have raised, how I think we should be able to engage further. So I do note that there's a hand from a board member, but Honorable Bodlani wanted to make a follow-up question. Any other member? Okay, so we'll give Honorable Bodlani to make the follow-up question.
Chairperson, in answering, the board chairperson did not provide details on the amount that the staff member owes and how that money is going to be recuperated. And with your indulgence, chairperson, on the suggestion of Honorable Mulala to say there should be a closed meeting, I am totally for that idea, but his suggestion is that it should be with yourself and the board. Then that will mean that we are closed out as members of this committee. So mine is to say, can it please be a closed meeting with the board and the honorable members of this committee? And maybe parallel to this, chairperson, we request a legal opinion, because we have heard that things are sub judice in terms of where our powers start and where our powers end as an oversight, so that we do not overstep or underperform in dealing with the issue of MDDA. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Honorable Bodlani. It would appear that as it relates to this matter, there's some way forward. Allow me to suppress you, a board member, because what I'm going to raise probably would then assist us to have adequate time. Because if somebody raises a point, then there would be a response to it and we may not finish. I think there's an understanding, first and foremost, so that there's no matter we go back to, we'll try and summarize now. That as it relates to the GCIS, there's a sense of appreciation in terms of the work done. However, the concern remains the funding of GCIS in order to be able to deal with the information deficit that exists out there, which is really not the making of the current, but it's a legacy issue of a digital divide and everything else that talks to discrimination that people would have been subjected to, whether spatially or otherwise. And government remains a source of information to those that have been excluded for quite some time. And therefore, the funding should reflect that. I think that's what comes out of the discussion. And that probably the committee itself, as representing the parliament, which appropriates budgets, may need to seriously look at this matter and use the channels also in parliament to raise this point quite sharply. Because if you have to cut on all programs just to make sure that you are still able to exist, it can get to be indeed highly risky. That at a critical time when you are expected to communicate, you do not have the resources to do so. And rightfully, South Africans will have to ask the question, as these riots are happening, where is GCIS? And at that time, it will be because you do not have the necessary resources to do that. But don't expect South Africans to understand it, because they would really believe the government needed to communicate. So I'm sure as you raise it in cabinet, we should also do the same at the level of parliament. So I just thought it's important that we have some closure in that way on GCIS, and this is actually forced by what the committee has considered before. Just to remind honorable members that whilst we clapped hands for GCIS, clean audit and so on, they did raise with us that even some of the studios that they've used, the equipment needs serious consideration to a point that some of them they are not using them. So it's always important that when that collapse finally comes, we should not be looking like people who are taken by surprise when records would prove that we have been seized with the matter. So I think we need to be practical, including lobbying in our own different party caucuses on ensuring that resources are indeed looked at, including consolidation of the communications budget that sits almost everywhere. And that when at the time of crisis, you'd expect GCIS to be coordinating that communication. So I think it's important that we do that. I think as it relates to this part, the reason I would want to close it a bit, that we open up for other board members. The intention was for the board members to be here, listen to the committee, so that when we come to you, you understand where we come from. So there will be an opportunity for you when the committee, I agree, it should be the committee so that it's not limited to the chairperson, so that in the true sense, it's an oversight done by the committee. We'll try and impress on the offices that need to make such an approval, that they do understand the importance of giving assurance to South Africans that the intention of putting up the MDDA is not defeated by an organization that can be seen to be inward looking when there are more issues to deal with there. Inward looking in the sense that these are internal disciplinary measures that are being taken, which the committee indeed can interfere, as the minister would have also said, cannot interfere. But we should be interested as to whether those actions are helping the organization to move forward, or there is destabilization to a point that it is unable to do its work. But today's meeting cannot give us that. We'll be left speculating, whereas if there's dedicated time, closed session, where documents could be put before us, where previous board members could be given an opportunity to also clarify themselves on matters that have been raised, because indeed it may be looking unfair that, yes, you may be a successor in law, but if there are those that can explain, it is only fair that they should explain, so that those who come after them, they can be better understood on how and why they took certain actions. I think it is at that point that the committee can also make a determination whether, based on information put before us, there may be conflicts of interest or anything else in that regard, as defined in law, what that conflict of interest would mean if you are sitting in a board. So we should be able to deal with it in that way. Surely that will also give then an opportunity, because there's mention of the minister and the direction that the minister would have given, of which there are no details. So we'll also have an opportunity to get to know that side. Because at the end, the report that we expected was about the assurance by the board, by the entity oversight, that it has made the necessary interventions, and that the executive authority, which is led by political people, has also provided the political direction where they need to. without breaking the law. Because there's no intention of breaking the law. And in any way, what we are dealing with, like Honorable Mlala would have said, incompatibility, whilst it can be a misconduct at a particular time, but it really underpinned by relationships. And therefore, we should not leave the meeting with a misunderstanding that the committee does not appreciate the performance record of MDDA. We appreciate that record, and that is the reason why we would not accept anything that seeks to reverse the gains made over time from where the institution was, the improvements that got to be made to be where we are today. So instead of dropping the ball, the expectation is that you'd lift it to the next level, including the fact that you are looking at amendments of the Act itself, given the time and developments in the space of community media. So you'll expect a board that has got capacity to be able to even implement changes that may impose even more work to be done in order to be relevant with times. So it is that reason that we are concerned. And the performance, and I'm repeating this, is not under a question. Neither in the report did we get anything that says the CEO is charged for non-performance. So we should be clear on that. It's stated very clear, incompatibility. And it does outline where that lies, at least from the reading of the reports. So the closed meeting can then help us understand how that manifests itself and whether there are other ways to resolve matters. Sometimes relation issues are just resolved by having a cup of tea than going the other route. So that small matters could be dealt with easily. And then we remain on our professional lines to ensure that we deliver on the mandates that we have. So I'm saying I'm suppressing the hands, not because of any other reason, but because there will be an opportunity to have enough time to deal with the matter. So this I want to close this discussion, so that when the chair of the board, if he so wish to do it now or would want to do that later when we meet, the part about the figures that were asked in relation to one particular employee, if you're comfortable in putting that up, you would, otherwise I would really advise that we create space to deal with these matters in that session. But because these are public entities, in any way, as Honorable Mlala would have said, a report will still have to come before this committee, so that we also take South Africans into confidence that indeed we are turning the tide there, and that the institution is refocused back again to work. Of course, respecting all matters that may be sub judice, but the sub judice should not make the entity to be destabilized, whether by leaks or anything else. So we should work together to get that right. But as I said, Chair, I'm not suppressing you. It's now up to you whether you still want to respond to that follow-up question on the arrangements made with an employee and so on, or you want to take it to the meeting that would give better opportunity to discuss and present documentation, knowingly that there's also protection of private matters that may involve other people. But I don't want you to say I've suppressed you when you wanted to clarify the matter publicly. So I'll give you that space. Otherwise, for further discussion, I have tried to guide the meeting.
Chairperson, your guidance is well taken. I was going to say that given that this is a public platform, it is important to respect the privacy of the particular individual. Not that we will not supply that information. We are quite happy to supply that information in a closed session or in writing if it is required. But I will be hesitant to provide that information publicly like this. We may just run into legal challenges in that respect. Thanks, Chair.
Well, thank you, Deputy Minister and the team. We'll be interacting through the committee support once we have got the necessary approvals. Indeed, we are interested in working with yourselves to do that oversight and distill facts from any fiction that may be there and be able to inform South Africans. So we thank you for that. And of course, I would also not keep you as we deal with the last items that need just the committee to look at them. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Chair, and thank you to the committee. We'll await your responses, your invitation or a letter to our letters that you are coming to our side. It's fine. Thank you.
As I said, we would not keep you. Ajira, can we then get the items that are left for the committee?
Yes, Chairperson. If we could just adopt our program now, Chairperson, first. Thank you.
Yeah, just adopt the program. Honorable members, that's a draft program that may have been circulated. It gives you an opportunity to also make suggestions where you need to make suggestions. You will also note that this does not take into account the subcommittee work, which must still take place for filling of the vacancies in the different boards or council. So that would be communicated immediately. Honorable Bodlani, we get an indication from the Democratic Alliance on the changes and who then goes to where, so that invites go directly to those members. Maybe the other point to raise really is that as it is always the case, when there are pressing matters, we do make changes to the program in order to attend to those. So that's the program. If I may get an indication if members would have a mover and a seconder for adoption of the program or an amendments proposed.
Chairperson?
Yes, Honorable Bolani.
I'm sorry, my hand is up. Chairperson,
Yes.
with the commitment we have just made to meet with the MDDA now, how does that affect this program? And if we are going to approve it today, where does that leave the commitment that we have just made? Your leadership, please.
Like I would have indicated, this would have been the program draft that we have utilized, which also necessitated the meeting we had today, where we took this decision. My guidance is that at least we adopt the program. Once we have the approval, like I said, once we have the approval from the House Chair, of course, there's also consultation with the party programs and so on. Once we get that approval, we will be able to amend accordingly. But we do need to have a program from which we work from. I hope that clarifies, Honorable Butler.
Then, Chairperson, I what's the word? I agree with the proposed program. I so move.
Okay. Honorable Butler moves. Can I get a second?
Second, Chair.
Honorable Mlala seconds. Any dissenting view? So then the program is agreed to. Can we get to the next item?
Your next item, Chair, is just a feedback from Mr. Maleka on where we are with the SA Postbank bill and how many submissions we received. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Maleka.
Afternoon, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members. Mine is quite a brief one. I'd just like to say that after having, published a request for public to comment on the bill, we only received one response, and that was from, I think, COSATU. The date for the submission closed on the 25th of July, and we only had one response, as I indicated, and they have since said that they'd like to appear before the committee to make an oral presentation. Thank you, Chair.
So, honorable members, that's the update on the Postbank bill. Any takers? So you seem to be satisfied that would invite COSATU to come and make a presentation as they've requested in their submission. Maybe something to consider is that before we get to that point as per the adopted program, maybe just to indicate that when MENCO received this report, we had also asked that maybe we check with legal whether it would be seen to be outside of the agreed public participation process if we were to also make specific invites for comments from particular sectors, whether it's co-ops, whether it's organized formations, in case they may have not been able to have sight of this call for submissions. As you would know, that bill is an entry point in the establishment of a state bank in that school. So I'm just saying that's a matter would have asked content people to interact with legal on. And if there's any development in that regard, would indicate before we get to the actual hearing with COSATU that would need arrangements between us and them as they have submitted. Otherwise, the sense I have is that members are at ease with the update. Correct. Yes, next point, Chair.
The next point, Chair, would be your subcommittee issues, the ICASA and the SABC items 6 and 7 on the screen, Chair.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to check there if members have received that report so that Ms. Ndabeni, you flag the report. The report is as I indicated in the beginning of the meeting, that we have made recommendations on candidates to be considered for appointment in ICASA. And in that score, we would have also received an indication of one of them who was no longer available, and in that case, Minister would have considered the next on the list as submitted by the committee. It's really the formality of the committee receiving that feedback and be able to communicate back to the National Assembly. So that's the first report with regard to ICASA. But as I said, the other one was really about advertising, which will be sooner for filling in of the vacancies as a result of the resignation by Councillor, who was also the chair, Dr. Mutume. Is there any issue on the report? Those are now the candidates that would send for consideration by the House. Can I get a mover just to agree on adopting the report and the seconder?
I move, Chair.
Honorable Dr. Basok moves. Can I get a seconder?
A second, Chair.
Honorable Boland seconds, so the report has been agreed to. As I said, with regard to the SABC, we would want to start with the subcommittees, but because of the changes in the Democratic Alliance, Honorable Botlani, if we can get this formal communication as to who sits in the MDDA subcommittee, in the ICASA subcommittee, as well as in the SABC board appointment process.
Will do, Chairperson.
Yes, please do, because I think in the course of next week, we would want to communicate, especially for members, at least to receive the information, including in the SABC case, the long list of applicants or nominees that would have been received. So
Chairperson?
please speed up. Yes, Honorable Bodan.
Perhaps for the processes of progress, can I give the name of Honorable Kola Barnard for the SAPC and myself for the MDDA and ICASA?
Okay. Now that helps us. Just reduce it right so that we do not have problems later on. That you will also have informed Honorable Kola Barnard.
We'll do that. She has. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. So in that score, at least we know where we are making progress, and the team can start sending the draft program to members of the subcommittee, and we can then discuss it from there. Hajira, may I just check if there's another item?
That's it for now, Chair, unless there's anything on Portia's side. Portia.
Nothing on my side. Thank you.
Chairperson, your mic is muted, Chair.
All right. No, I was just saying that we'll deal with all sorts of minutes that may be outstanding in the next meeting. Otherwise, I take it that we have dealt with almost all the items. It will just be a matter now, post this meeting, of doing the actual application as it relates to that MDDA matter, because I think it's quite urgent that the committee attends to this. Honorable Bodan.
Chairperson, just so that we are on the same page, that the MDDA meeting will be a face-to-face meeting and not a virtual meeting.
Yes, that's what we're talking about, the closed meeting. That's why we need an application in that regard for all other arrangements to take place. So I'm just indicating to the committee that it's a matter we would want the committee support to act upon immediately after the meeting, so that where possible, when we meet next week, we have a sense of where we are on that matter.
Chairperson, if I can just come in, Chair, just to remind you that there was a memo sent out by the by the House chairperson, that we are not allowed to have oversights, but we are going to go beyond that. I just want to clarify that, Chair. Thanks.
Yes, that's why we need an application, Najera, to just put our case. They may listen to us because we would not miss meetings. We'll have to make arrangements that balance the situation. Otherwise, the House will also be asking us questions. What did we do when there were problems in the entity? So let's see how the application would go. Right. With that having been said, I take it that that was the last item. Let me take the opportunity to thank all members on the platform for participation. Of course, I must say that we are not one of those committees, Honorable Kolabanat. We're not one of those committees that have just one matter to deal with. We have a lot to deal with, and sometimes the program of Parliament is such that our programs get to be quite congested, given the number of entities that report to the Portfolio Committee, and there's an expectation for us to pay attention to each and everyone, as you would have seen with the discussions we've just had on the MDDA. So in that score, would really want to once again thank you and wish that you'll have the energy like we did in the previous terms, that we carry the program for this term, including those emergencies that would arise and that we are able to deliver. Thanks, honorable members. Meeting stays adjourned until we meet again. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair.